Greetings, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, wherever your time zone is. I just want to give a little brief introduction of what you're about to see here, because this will be a little compilation just of past videos, nothing new, just more of the replays. So this will be a special replay going over all of the latest documents and photos and videos, which I feel like we haven't really spent too much time on the new photos and videos, so hopefully we'll have more time to get back to those. But you will see it's about a 13-minute video of the crime scene video from the BCA, labeled by the BCA, and the autopsy photos as related to this case as well. All the stuff that we originally saw on Tony's website, which we still have not received yet. As far as I know, I have not received it yet. So we're still waiting, and as far as I know, everything is still in progress, and the documents are promised. Some things are promised. They're saying, according to the lawyer, the Apple Valley City lawyer. So we'll see where that goes. And we want to make sure, obviously, everybody's getting the same documents. Things aren't being withheld, or they're not picking and choosing. So that's what we'll be looking for. We expect to pretty much get at least everything that Tony got. And that should be it, except for the fake document, obviously. But you'll see all that. So, yeah, this will be a little long replay here, but I figured I'd jump in and give you a little brief of what you are about to see. So it starts with some of the first records that we got, David Crowley's electronic records, then goes into Tony Floyd posting on the group, posting in the group, and pretty much doing a little data dump and kind of explaining everything from his point of view of why he is even sharing this stuff that we did not have, that we didn't know about. But it sounds like he may have gotten it in June, and we got ours in August, late August, I believe. So anyways, you'll see all of that kind of real time. And then obviously at some point we will have to come back and do some more videos on it and kind of go over that once we get all of the data, and once the Apple Valley lawyer says, okay, this is all we're giving you, then we'll go from there and see what the next step is. So we're kind of in that waiting moment here now, so I figured I just would do a little live stream, a little compilation to kind of show everybody everything that we have so far, in case you just want to get caught up and just want to quickly watch everything in order. And yeah, that's about it. Hope you all enjoy, and of course don't forget to check out every month there's a new podcast that comes out on the first of every month. So this will be for November 1st. This will be the second and final part of Tom Lydon, and this will be the last part of the chapter closing the case. And after that we move on to Detective Jim Gummer, and shouldn't that be fun? I think we'll have some good roundtable discussions for the podcast as related to the 21 questions for Detective Gummer. So hope you'll all join us for that. Wherever you listen to podcasts, type in The Gray Stage. I'm sure it'll come up. My interview with Crip Rick went very well. I'm looking forward to that. That should be up within another week or so on his channel, Crip Rick's I've Been Thinking. So make sure that you subscribe to his channel. Also, William Rail with Strange Investigations has been doing some new videos on the Crowley case too. I think he just put one up on Twitch yesterday about some of the phone records. So he's been taking a deep dive into those phone records. And man, Catherine, Sophia, I mean, everybody is just kind of working different angles, working different aspects of this case. And yeah, I hope to share some future things, future projects and stuff like that going forward. But we'll keep that just private, just between us for right now. But eventually we will have some good news to share about some future things. So I look forward to it, and I really hope that it all leads to the goal, which is to get justice for David Crowley and his family. And at some level, obviously, we already have justice, right? Because well, I mean, depending on how you look at it, I guess, partial justice, keeping the case going. Hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, probably know that that the official theory is not the final word, is not the last word, is not closing the case, that the case is not really closed, and David Crowley has been accused, but that's it. That's where it pretty much ends, with the accusations but nothing to back up those accusations. That's where we are, that's where it stands. Looking at the facts, you can clearly see that. There's just nothing there to prove David Crowley guilty. If anyone does have the proof, make sure you share it with the Apple Valley Police, because obviously they don't have it. And so we don't want people withholding any information that may help them finally bring some closure to this case. So then we can really have a case closed. But yeah, going forward, not sure how many episodes we'll spend on Jim Gummer, but I'm looking forward to that too. But I figured this will kind of tide everybody over for people who haven't been able to see it, or who just want to see everything that is related to the Tony Floyd saga. I'm putting it all right here for you. I hope it helps. Hope it helps your research. Hope it helps with whatever angle, whatever your view is on this case. Wherever your research takes you, that's it. Just go where it takes you. Don't let anybody stop you. Don't let anybody change your mind. And that's it. And God bless you all. And thank you again for watching this special presentation, the compilation of the Tony Floyd saga. God bless. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, greetings. Well, here is some new and brand new document that we have here regarding David Crowley's MacBook Pro search. So this is related to the MacBook Pro that was found in David Crowley's kitchen. And I'm just going to make sure everybody can hear me okay on YouTube. Why not, right? Just bear with me 1 second. Test 1 2. Alright, sounds pretty good. Alright, so this is a brand new document that we have here. It's 317 pages, and this goes through all of David Crowley's MacBook Pro search history. Lots of stuff here. It also talks about any device that is connected to the MacBook Pro, and there is a lot of interesting stuff here. One thing that's really interesting is this right here, that the root file was accessed on 1/14/2015 UTC time. So still trying to understand what that means, because obviously nobody should have accessed this on 1/14 unless it's related to an auto backup or something like that. Doesn't really make sense to me. Not really sure where that's coming from, but there's a lot of data to go through here, and I can tell you I have not gone through all of this data yet, but I'm sure that I will, and I'm sure that all of you will too. So there's a lot of good stuff here. It looks like this was created 8/8/2014. I'm sorry, 8/18/2014. And the last modified date, root modified date, is 12/25. So that is December 25th, 2014. That's the last time that anything was modified. But the last time that anything was accessed is 1/14. So who's accessing this at 1/14? Unless it's some type of autosave or something like that. Obviously, there's a big problem there. So you can see this is a 700 gig hard drive, and they're using a lot, about 500 gigs. And a lot of it is movies, more of it is graphics, emails, a lot of emails on here too, and a lot of documents. The disk images is also interesting because there are 7 of those disk images. Let me just try to make this just a little bit bigger for people to see. But For anyone who is a hacker or knows about computer software, all of that good stuff, um, let me know what you think about this root file access date. I think that's going to be a big, big, big one that we're going to go over in the future. I've already talked to a couple people, so I'm hoping to hear some more views on that. But if you look at the application artifacts, you get a pretty good idea of some of this stuff, and the archives too. And when the iPhone was last connected, and of course we need to cross-reference to make sure that this is they're talking about David's iPhone and not Kamel's. But you can also see when that was last connected was in October. There you go. So a lot of good data here. I've skimmed through a lot of this. There are some very interesting searches. You finally will see David Crowley's last searches, what he's searching, what he's looking at. Obviously, one of the things that stuck out to me was the paranormal psychology. I found that pretty interesting. He's looking at things about how to delete a Facebook page, how to edit it, who can see it, who can administer it. And he's looking at Kamel's page at the same time, so I'm not really sure if some of his searches are related to looking at the access for Kamel's page, which it seems like only he and only David and Kamel would have access to. But he is really looking at the Gray State pages and looking at who has access and what they're doing. So he's looking at a lot of that stuff, and I'm just curious if he's wondering about the admins for the Gray State pages and how to get rid of some people. Can only really speculate on that one, but let's look at the most recent documents. So the most recent document is Crowley Memory, and then the myth. Now the myth one, and again, this is for David Crowley's laptop on the kitchen island that was found in his house that said, "I have loved you with all of my heart." It was open, etc., etc. So it was open to this Word doc, not really a Word document, but the equivalent of a Word document on a Mac. And the title of that document was called Myth, and inside of Myth is where he writes, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Now, I have still not seen a clear picture of that text document, but it's definitely there. It's definitely here. So you all have access to it now. If you want to get access, I'm going to add this to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group as soon as I can. You can also go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down, it'll be the first document that you see there. And you can access that document at any time. Again, just go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down, and you'll see it. I've now added it. It's the very first one here, David's MacBook Pro search history. So please feel free to go through that. Let me know what you think about that, what you think about these documents. But looking at the most recent documents here can also tell different, you can get a lot of interesting data from that too. And of course, we have the 725, the Gray State deal memo. That's another big one right here. The Gray State, the Rise co-production agreement. Wonder what that one is more about. I'm not too familiar with that one. Final Clean GS FMF change contract. So another change contract. And then BGS, not really sure what that is, another change contract. Hothead Gray State Danny Mason agreement, so that's pretty interesting. Then there's this one called Mythos, which is pretty similar to Myth, but it's Mythos. So I wonder if Mythos is like an earlier version of Myth. I'd be curious to see what's inside of there. So again, this is the search history, not the actual documents of it, but just looking at this, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to dig a lot deeper, and hopefully you can find some things. And please share those in the group. Please feel free to share those in the comments too. I just thought that I would break in here live for a couple minutes. I know there's some people in the chat room, so thank you all for joining me. If you have any questions or anything like that, we'll be doing a few more live shows just like this. But again, I just wanted to just kind of break in here for a couple minutes and just let people know. If you don't know, if you haven't had time to check the Facebook group, Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, you will be able to find those documents in there as well. So that's what's coming out next. The Crowley memory is pretty interesting. This one here too, MS Word doc with listing link. So I'm curious what the listing link kind of makes me think of, like a real estate listing. So I'm curious to hear people's thoughts on that one as well, because I don't know. Now the application artifacts, you can see lots of documents, lots of things. So we'll see what comes out of that. But lots of good stuff in here. And I know the more people that are looking into it, the more we'll be able to really go through this stuff and find anything, find a lot of stuff. I believe we'll find a lot of stuff that will help prove David Crowley is not guilty, simply by the fact that you're not going to find anything in here that shows that he is. I mean, that's clear. The police have made that clear. They went through all of this through his MacBook Pro, didn't find anything that would help them understand why David Crowley was guilty. So the last running apps is also pretty interesting. The preferences, the Apple preferences to be one of the last things, Apple Mobile Mail, and then the Apple Camera as well. That's pretty interesting stuff. So lots of stuff related to the mobile phone, the Dropbox as well. Those are the last things that were running. The top 10 contacts, you can see it's all blacked out, but you can see there's a lot of messages there. So, and again, if this is only from the last couple months, there's a lot of messages and then a lot of calls that are there too. So it would be interesting to find out who those people are, what all of that is. But please feel free to go ahead and check all of this out. You can find this on my website, and I will be adding this to the group. Now the last searched item is pretty interesting too, that we see here. This is from that song Up Up. This was a guy that David Crowley actually recorded. Looks like he recorded the music video from this guy, and this was a guy who had cancer. I think he died. They've made a film. You can find it on Disney Plus. So that was very curious that was the last searched items, pretty much. So the map search is redacted, so we don't know what's in that map search, but searching for something. It's on some type of map search. So the internet history here is from 1218 to 1225, as you can see. And again, there's just a lot of data to go through, and a lot of stuff may not make sense to some people, and to other people they will be a very good cue. So just going from here, starting at, if you start at page 7, then you can kind of go through the internet history from 1218 to 1225. And yes, there's some very, very interesting, creepy stuff here, in my view. So I'll be curious to hear what everybody thinks about this. But yeah, the Stalin execution, the Soviet Union, so videos about soldiers, dead soldiers, soldiers, fed up soldiers, basically, fallen soldier with the bagpipe tribute. And it's nice because it gives you the date, and then most of the time it gives you a real link that you can go and actually look at. So there's a lot of homework for us to do. Thankfully, they add the title, so if you don't want to put in every single YouTube URL, generally you'll find whatever the title is, and that's usually what it is. And several of these titles will be the same, but the most important thing here, pay attention to the title, pay attention to the URL, and pay attention to the last visit. And that's going to give you, and also you have to cross-reference UTC time to Minnesota time, because there is a difference there. And a lot of interesting stuff here. This is another good one. New release tapes reveal 9/11 horror. Is this real? I mean, it's just on and on and on like this. Soldier dies. Little brother, sister, mother, dad sing. Beach Boys, Dylan reference. So, and it is all kind of in order from that point as well. But I mean, just look at all this. Look at all this. Even if you just go down to the very, very, very last page here. It gets into things that were created and modified, but then accessed. So you can look at with this day one journal here between August 12th to September 4th. You can see the created date 9/4. The modified date was 9/4, but the access date is 12/25. So you're going to see a lot of that type of thing with the day one journal that is mentioned here. So I don't know. A lot of these things are accessed. I don't know what that means. That could be a backup. Obviously, to back these files up, they have to be accessed at that time. So maybe that's what we're seeing here, why we see dozens and dozens of pages of all of these day one journal files that are created and modified at the same time, but the access date is 12/25, 1935-07. 1935-07. That's a sync, is what it looks like to me. I mean, 1938-08, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see about that. But some of it could be a sync, especially if there's things happening at the same time. But we'll see. So there's there's a lot of data to go through. A lot of these day one journals that are mentioned here too. It is a big part of this whole file of this document here. So I do hope this helps all of you fellow researchers. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here, but just wanted to let everybody know who hasn't had a chance to look at the group yet. These files will be added there. These files are on my website, and you can access these files there. These files are 317 pages, so check this out. Let me know what you think. Leave some comments here, leave them in the group, and like I said, we'll definitely be doing some future shows on all of this data. Going through this, imagine going through 317 pages of data. A lot of it, I think, is just going to be the day one stuff. So it's just accessed, modified. It doesn't really say too much, just an entry, but it doesn't really say. It doesn't really give too much data. Things that we would want to look for are things that were edited, things that were removed, that were put back, stuff like that. But look at the dates, look at the times, look at the titles of these documents, and that should be enough to keep us busy for a little while. Alright, good peeps, God bless you all, and thank you again for joining me live here. Again, you can access these documents on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Hopefully we can get this up at Dan Hennon's site as well, uglytruth.info, and we will definitely add those to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I'm almost certain that probably Dan, Catherine, William Rail, Sophia, I'm pretty sure they're all going to want to do their own videos on this stuff too, because there is a lot to go through. So that's it for now. Be live in just a minute. Testing 1, 2.
Sophia?
It'd probably help if I unmuted myself. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Not bad. We're live on YouTube here.
Okay.
Yay! So I'm just doing a little sound check. Sound check.
Let me log into the free conference call. Do I have this on this phone? Yeah, I do. Okay. Go that way. That way I can see your screen.
Okay. That would be good.
Oh, I can go there.
I mean, it's on. Oh yeah, I should probably do a screen share. I don't even think I have the screen share on, actually.
Join the meeting. Let me turn down my volume.
Yeah, your audio sounds pretty good.
Oh, I was turning down the volume on the other device.
Okay.
So I could see your screen. Okay.
It might be good to follow on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think I'm doing a screen share. It's just audio for the free conference call.
Okay.
It's gonna take us a while to go through all this, I think.
I can do it on the TV. The YouTube.
Okay.
Turn down the volume. So there's not an echo. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't receive a notification this time either.
Yeah, I didn't receive anything. There we go. Let's click on that. Okay, I see it.
All right, so I'm gonna go up, back up here. All right, well, I've shared a few things earlier. Why don't you give us some thoughts on this 317 pages?
There's a lot of thoughts. What I did notice is that it doesn't prove guilt for David or Camille. I think that actually both of them were using the computer and doing searches. That it's very possible that it was Camille that was doing the search to delete her page. But was that a business? Because she had already canceled her dietitian's license in November, so maybe she was trying to start up something new and wanted to cancel that page because I don't know.
It could have been.
I just found it interesting.
It's still active, right?
And,
the page.
Oh, I honestly don't know. I've never done a search for it.
Yeah,
Is that bad?
I think it's still active.
So, what I really found interesting is what you found, the root file being backed up after they were dead. And I really wish that we can get to the bottom of that, because if it's just, something that the computer does once a month or whatever, then that would be a great answer. If not, then that means that somebody was backing something up. on that computer after they were dead, but before the bodies were found.
Right.
And that's alarming. So, and what was it that Mason Hendricks said that David was searching on his computer? Because he had asked you several times if you had seen the searches.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Viking searches or?
Yeah, it was like the occultic stuff is what he said, if I remember correctly. So lots of occultic things, and then he was basically saying if you look at David's last searches, you'll pretty much know what happened. Obviously, well, we've looked at the last searches.
So I watched a bunch of videos on YouTube. He did research on self-help and for a possible movie script, and a whole bunch of day one journal searches.
Yeah, the day one stuff, that's, I don't know, if you look at some of the times, it's like, there's no way to access two files at the same time. But that's kind of, the exact same second, so that's a little odd. I don't know. So they're not all like that, but there's a lot that are. It seems like it's just some type of backup for these files or something. That's the way it looks to me right now. I don't know. Still need to think a little bit deeper.
There's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, this is coming directly from the Dropbox app, and you can kind of look at. I think I'm just kind of scrolling randomly here, looking at page 231. And so there's one here that shows the date and the time, but it's the access date, right? 1935-17, and you kind of see that 1935-22. I guess it could be scrolling it too. It could be just somebody scrolling down, so that makes sense as well. There was a few that I found that looked like it was at the exact same time, but maybe I was reading it wrong. So that's why it's good to go over it over and over again. But yeah, it's kind of weird. This is what someone is accessing. Why all the day one journal stuff?
That's a good question. I guess we'll find out. Well, I don't know if we'll find out why, but
yeah, and I want to understand the conflicted copy. So if you look at the path, like I'm looking here at page 233, and there's this path, and it's ends with David Crowley's conflicted copy. So I'm not exactly sure what the conflicted copy means. Is there a different copy? Is this like a deleted copy? That's some of the stuff that I hope that maybe somebody can help us with too. So
I wonder if that's what he called it.
It could be, yeah, conflicted. Maybe that was the name of the day one journal, kind of.
Gave it a title, yeah. But
it's pretty. That's pretty interesting. So 1935-22. This one is 9. Yeah, it's probably scrolling. Unless the autosave. See here, maybe here's one that I was looking at. Unless these are the same thing. So looking at page 234, there's two. If you look at the date accessed and the time, 1935-22, and then 1935-22. And that will make sense if these are the exact same thing here. And they should be. So 451, yeah, source file, one of the source file is 450, and then the next one is 451. I don't know. Stuff like that is what kind of makes me, wonder about the whole backing up thing. But it's really interesting stuff here. But for Mason Hendricks, I think some of the stuff he was talking about, what he was really talking about, is the searches like I think the first 30 or 40 pages really have the searches. It seems like the rest is just like the day one journal.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he was talking about David, looking at, let's say, satanic verses, the Dark Lord or something like that, right? I'm gonna go to some of that stuff.
Yeah, the something about Lucifer or something like that. And it was funny because it came like right after searching for Danny August Mason's Facebook page. So maybe he was referencing. But he also did a search for, gosh, what was that? 1 second, let me go to my messenger because I downloaded it. It's an article from Revelations, and it was the woman with the 12 stars.
Really? From Revelations?
Yes, Women with 12 Stars is rapturechrist.com woman, and that was one of the searches that he did. And then she is giving birth to the Messiah, Revelation 12:2. And she was with child. She cried out, being in labor and in pain to give birth. She was going to give birth to the Messiah.
Jeez, the Antichrist.
So, I mean, it was just interesting. The dragon is Satan, as explained in verse 9. And it's just going through all that stuff, explaining Revelations. And it was just interesting.
So it's like a book on Revelations, or from...
It's a website.
It's a website.
And then you look at the rest of the stuff that he was looking up, and to me it looked like it kind of reflected back to the 2013 script.
Mm-hmm.
I know I harp on that so much, but it really did. And maybe he was doing adjustments to that script and bringing in some stuff because of the TV series. And that would have been an interesting twist, just adding in the kind of whole rapture thing and Revelations. But yeah, he had several searches for Danny August Mason.
Yeah, I see one of those here from his Facebook, it looks like. He's looking at his profile. The Mind Unleashed. Yeah, I looked at some of that. Go ahead.
And that post, there were several of them that Danny August Mason made in December. So I don't know exactly which post he was looking at.
Oh, on the 21st?
Let me go back and I can tell you.
I mean, it gives a time. See, the thing is, it's UTC time, so I always have to remember that. You still have to adjust for that.
So he made a post. He didn't make one on December 21st, unless it's not public, or unless he took it down.
Well, I mean, this also just shows this is when David visited his Facebook.
Mm-hmm. So there is one that says irrefutable proof that Santa is Odin. And that was December 3rd, 2014. And then he has like another Odin picture for December 3rd. And then December 10th, he has something about 16 reasons Lawrence, Kansas is the best college town in America. December 12th, he has nothing like going to an audition and sounding like Kermit the Frog because I had cold. December 10th is this house is a prison on planet bullshit in the galaxy of the sex camel dick. And it's a quote, so I honestly don't know what the quote is to.
Be from a movie or something, maybe. He's known for
Probably like that vacation, Christmas vacation one or something. Also, December 17th, he has Michael Keaton puts all other Batman actors in their places with 2 words. And then the quote is, "No, do you know why? Because I'm Batman, and I'm very secure in that."
It's true.
Then December 16th, 2 commercial shoots, a feature film shoot, and another commercial audition. My kind of week. He could have possibly been looking at that. Then December 17th, he puts a post up, and it's about the director of Bad Mother Upper. I'm not saying the whole word out loud. So, and it's a pretty bloody film.
That's all Danny Mason stuff. Danny Mason's posting in December. Yikes.
Yes, and then there is a December 23rd post too, but there's nothing between December 17th and December 23rd.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, December 16th is when they had one of the email exchanges. So, I mean, if he was going to the messenger, it would probably it may show that, it may not, but I guess no, that wouldn't have anything to do with the profile. No, he's going to Danny Mason's profile for something, obviously. But it's just the timing is weird because this is right during the whole, the whole not lawsuit, but the whole trying to get Danny Mason to sign those forms. So.
And it's very possible that he saw that Danny was working and did commercial shoots and a feature film shoot and was actually working. So I don't know exactly what that means. But
I was looking at this one on page 28 here from David Searches, and this one is pretty interesting. Cracking code, fooling nature, Oscar winner approach, screenwriting. Cracking the code and fooling nature, and Oscar winner's approach to screenwriting, which I thought was pretty interesting. I mean, again, this all just kind of shows, David Moore planning for the future, planning for getting ready for his fame and fortune, which it really sounds like he felt like it was coming. All of this stuff, there's no posts in here that make it seem like the script is dead, everything is dead. There's nothing in here like that so far, right?
Yeah.
Nothing I can find, I mean, nothing like how do you deal with failure of having your script turned down or something. It's just a lot of this stuff just all looks like he's on his way out. And Craigslist too. He's on Craigslist a lot. Looking for sale silver coin. So I wonder if he's selling stuff. And we know about the Craigslist killers and all that stuff. That's some pretty crazy stuff. But it's always been curious. Well, there's very few reasons you would let somebody in your home, obviously. I mean, a car sale could be one. Somebody's stranded. Somebody, is a friend or something like that who really needs help, got kicked out of their house or something like that. But another one could be if you're making a sale, right? If you're making some type of a sale. I mean, it's possible you can meet anywhere, I suppose. I really don't know how Craigslist works, but so I was just wondering if he was looking at buying or selling this silver coin. And it's not really sure because it's just kind of, I don't know. I can't really say for sure either way, but I just thought there's a lot of Craigslist stuff on here, it looks like, too. And
well, the police talked about silver or gold coins, but I don't think that they mentioned silver.
Oh, that's
and he's looking at a whole bunch of silver stuff on here.
We should go back through the photos in the basement because if there's silver, it may be down there. Of course, anybody could have broken or just walked in through the rear slider and taken the silver if they wanted, I suppose.
That 500-ounce box silver, that's super duper expensive. I mean, I buy silver. I know the prices.
I wonder how much that would be. Yeah, because that's...
Well, it depends on the day. Like today, it's at 23 something.
So we would
I
have
don't
to
know what
go
it was
back.
then.
There's probably websites where you can go back and kind of see, okay, what was the price? I mean, geez, I should know. I was probably buying silver then too. I haven't bought any in a while, but I remember I was definitely between 2012 and 2015. Yeah, I was kind of into the whole silver thing. Couldn't get into the gold. It was just way too much. But
Yeah, I do have some, but it's just small pieces. So we're looking at the highest. Okay, let's do 16.
monster box. Wow. Yeah, that is big.
Yeah, it's a really huge box of silver, and
See,
500 ounces. That's a lot.
yeah, what's really cool about this document is that it has the URL, so we can really go and probably find out if he's selling or buying. We can definitely find out if he's selling. If he's not selling, then he's thinking about buying. But either this is his thing, or and you know what? It says DT. Is that? No, it says CLT, not DT. Yeah, I'd be curious. We could.
That's about.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was $8,000 worth back in 2014.
Okay, that's a good chunk of change there. So I wonder if he's. I mean, if he's thinking about buying, there would be some withdrawals or some transactions, something like that you'd see, right?
I don't see any transactions after
November?
Oh gosh. No, he did. He took some out in December, but I think it was only like $200, and I think it was the 19th or the 18th, something like that, when he took money out.
Oh, interesting.
I have the bank statements.
Wonder what he's taking that out
But he
for.
took it out at the it was an ATM withdrawal on the 19th.
Wow.
For 200. I mean, that could have been groceries or a Christmas present or something.
True.
Could be anything.
True. That's pretty
And
interesting.
what else? He did some self-improvement searches too. Either he did or Kamal did, one of the two. But a lot of these things, it's pre-planning for the future.
Yeah. The Gadsden flag, that's a pretty interesting one. Logging into his Gmail 12/21, on 12/21, into the inbox.
He's probably hoping to hear from either Jason Allen or Danny. Keeps logging in to probably look. And he's looking at cartoons.
Realistic cartoon
I'm
character.
scrolling down.
Yeah, that will change your childhood. Answers.com. What's that one? Oh, okay. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. The Mind Unleashed. There's a few of the Mind Unleashed. And it's nice that they have the title because they have a blog. It makes it a little difficult. But if you put in the title at the end after the blog date, it makes it a little easier to find. That's 12/21. Yeah, I mean, this is why they would have to say that David Crowley snapped, right? I mean, there could be no other thing here. Here on page 31, this is the one where somebody's logging into the Mind Body RD, which is Kamel's page. All right, they're logging into the man. I mean, that could be David, but that could be Kamel, like you said. I mean, this would be some proof where you would think, yeah, maybe it was Kamel using this. She has her own Surface Pro, but I don't know. I mean, who knows? So they're going into the messengers, into the messages in that Facebook page. And going into the settings, then on page 31, setting it public or something, looking at the public options maybe, and then go into the help. How do I see what role is on a page? And that's kind of weird because I don't know. I mean, there's no way for us to tell how many admins are on a different page or whatever, but it's, if that's Kamel's page, if it's her dietitian page, this would make me think that this is more related to one of David Crowley's pages, but maybe not, because a few seconds later they're back on the Mind Body RD, Mind Body Registered Dietitian. So that would,
And it's,
yeah.
I'm on that page right now. So she's just talking about how she's a dietitian, eating psychology coach.
Can you tell when the last one is, when the last post is?
October 24th, 2014.
Yet they're logging in here looking at the admin roles for the Mind Body Registered Dietitian, specifically on page 32. Wow. How many admins are there? Why would you need to change an admin role? I mean, oh, that was weird. Just lost the whole thing.
I don't know.
Alright, going back to page 32. That was really weird.
Mm-hmm.
The whole document just went kabooyah. Yep.
A glitch.
Yeah, it's
A glitch in the matrix.
A glitch in the matrix, apparently. Because then, yeah, no, I mean, they're logging in to the Mind Body RD and checking all that. But it's not a group, right? It's a page.
It is a page.
Can you look up, if you're in Facebook right now and you type in this Facebook group number, can you see if this is what group this is?
Are you on it right now? Facebook group.
Yeah, 6777 444.
I tried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried doing that before, and Facebook just glitches out on me because I did it for something else. And
Let me see if this will let
what
me
is
do.
this? Grave state derived.
There should be a way to tell what the name. Every group has its own number, and I do believe when you go to the page, at the URL shows it. So if it's the Mind Body RD, if you're on her page, it should show this number. But that's a page. Maybe that is a group. No, that would have to be a group. Yeah.
There is the Rise group.
Is the Mind Body
Although
RD? Is the Mind Body RD a group? I'm starting to think it's a group now.
There is a Mind Body Soul group.
There should be one called Mind Body RD. Of course, it could have been changed, but that's what it should be. It's hard to look that up on my phone.
I'm looking. There's mind.body and a bony. I don't know. Mind body exercise. Mind body spirit. Mind body wellness.
That's weird. That's pretty weird. But anytime you go to a group, it should have the actual number. So I'm pretty sure we can find that out. Okay, so this one does say it's for the rise. So he's looking at the group privacy for the rise here on that one. I'll have to come back to the RD. I think the Mind Body RD is a page because I can't find it in the groups. So then all of a sudden they go from that, looking at that on 12/21, and then about 3 hours later they're looking at the rise, the privacy, the group privacy on 12/22. Nobody sees. See, what's weird about all of this, and maybe this is why they focus on just these dates, is that nobody sees David or Kamel, after what, the 19th, the 18th, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I am not seeing anything for Gray State the Rise for groups. So he could have put it private.
Yeah, there's definitely a group. Of course, there's two numbers here, so there's a 6777 number, then there's a 923. But we should be able to run these numbers through Facebook. You may have to copy and paste the whole URL, but that should, I don't know if you've done that already or not, but I haven't yet. Maybe tomorrow I can. But a lot of this stuff is, when I'm looking at it, I was like, oh, this is gold, because it gives you the actual source. This is stuff you can look at in a way back machine or something similar to that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of internet. There's definitely a lot of computer hacking. Not hackers. I don't want to call them hackers, but people who have knowledge about this stuff, a lot more knowledge than I have. I'm pretty sure they could probably find some interesting data based on these 317 pages. I'm pretty sure they could find some interesting data that to my eye may not be that visible, or it may be easier too, because what might take me a longer time, they may be able to look at these documents and say, oh yeah, this is what this means here, or maybe even look some of that stuff up. There's a lot of ways to look things up, so that's an interesting one. Looking at the group activity, so they're just looking at, I don't know, Gray State the Rise. I thought it was a page. It's weird. It's a group. We'll have to also look at the first big set of documents that Dan Hinnon got, because it does have a lot of David's social media posts in there, and we can see if there's anything in there or not.
Yeah, I'm definitely matching up. God, that's going to take forever.
Yeah, I know.
So much information.
We need some help. We need some help. So here's another one where on 12/22 he's going back to Danny. He's looking at Danny Mason as a part of the group, as a part of the. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm thinking that maybe Danny August Mason was like one of the admins
for the group, for the Rise. That makes sense.
Possibly.
Yeah. Is that a group? Maybe it is a group. I don't know.
Or the page.
I always thought all of those were. I think everything I've commented on and got kicked out of, I think they were pages, but maybe they were groups. I don't know. I wasn't in there that long. I know that, but these are definitely groups here. Some of this stuff is groups. Interesting.
Yeah, because it says group number was. So yeah. I'm willing to bet that he was an admin for that also with David, and he probably was getting removed off of it.
Yeah. David could have been making it private, like you said too. Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time finding some of that stuff. That's some pre-planning. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But it's because it's not just with the Rise; it's also with the other, the dietitian one. That could be why we can't find that one either. Running a search, you could have made them both private.
And then the Prince. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's the Prince of Darkness search after Danny August Mason.
Yeah, it's like maybe 20 minutes, maybe like an hour, right? About a little over an hour later. There's this search on here, WebHP, on Chrome. Okay. Prince of Darkness. That's kind of a weird thing to just, hey, I'm just gonna search for Prince of Darkness.
Okay, let's Google search it.
Please, I'm afraid what'll come up here. That's pretty creepy. I don't know.
Like, totally.
And you have to do it on Chrome. Make sure you're on Chrome. Yeah.
On Chrome?
Yeah, make sure you're on Chrome, because he's on Chrome. And then first start at google.com and then put in Prince of Darkness and see what comes up. Obama. No, just kidding. 1222. Wow. That's weird. It's so odd. So he's probably searching, scrolling, looking, different things. I mean, this isn't just a few. This is extensive. Let's see, 2057, 35. That's the same time. 39, 58. Yeah, these are all different searches. It's crazy stuff.
Oh, it's a movie. It's actually a movie, a horror movie.
Prince of Darkness? Well, he's big into movies.
A 1987 horror supernatural film on YouTube.
1987, you said? Oops.
Mm-hmm. And he had looked up the wiki on that, I think.
Yikes. I would play... Oh, it's a John Carpenter. Interesting.
And it's not the first John Carpenter thing that he's mentioned.
Donald Pleasance, wow. Well, that's pretty interesting, for sure. I've never seen that one. I mean, based on the title, you can pretty much figure out what it is. Right? Alice Cooper is in that. Wow. Okay. They Live, which is one of my ultimate favorite movies. They Live.
What time was it that he searched for that?
So
it's possible they could have.
Okay, so
been watching that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of searches though. There's a few different times that the search happens. So the first one looks like 2057, but that's UTC, so you'd have to convert from UTC to would that be Central? I think Central Time. Let's see. Central Time. Hey, Beatrice?
3:57 p.m.
3:57 p.m.?
Uh-huh.
All right. Beatrice says, Strange Times, Prince of Darkness, 1987, horror, supernatural. Creepy. Okay, so UTC. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just going to keep that open in case I need to look back at that. So that's an afternoon search? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like 1, there's 2, there's 3. So what is he looking for? Like video, the actual video or something? Or hard to tell on this.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. It's
Prince of Darkness.
It's a lot of coding.
Maybe he was playing on some of the videos or looking deeper to see what the movie was about, the cast.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. Parapsychology, WordPress, Prince of Darkness. Right there. Right where your mouse is.
Oh,
a little bit further down.
Right here. Paranormal Psychology. Paranormalpsychology.files.wordpress.com.
And then the Prince of Darkness there. Interesting.
International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Is there a search here? Special report. Okay, so I'll keep that open for a second. Prince of Darkness.
Search this dictionary. And I think just type in Prince of Darkness in that one. If you go back to the other screen.
Okay. So let me try that. See if that works. Prince. See if that reveals anything. Prince of Darkness, title, the devil. The International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Title of the devil. So what is title? This is from the Catholic belief system. It is a title of the devil. I don't know if he's looking at the movie. There's really nothing here though. Devil, Prince of Dark, Prince of Air. Title of the devil. Interesting.
Darkness is the opposite of light. God is light. Huh.
Maybe there's an older. Yeah. Maybe there's a different. We would have to literally copy and paste this whole thing, and it probably would come up.
Can we do that?
This computer is not allowing me here from where I am here.
Yeah, I can't do that on a cell phone. I would have to get on a computer and try.
I don't know if I can or not.
And that's a lot of typing.
Yeah. I think I can.
It is fascinating to see what the searches were, especially since people made it sound like he was researching writing on the wall and stuff like that, and but you see, when you look at it, he was just planning for the future and just doing regular searches, like lyrics to a song and watching videos, just typical everyday stuff.
Yeah, I've never heard of the azlyrics.com lyrics. Not a Surf, Killian's Red. Not a Surf, Killian's Red. What the heck is that?
It's a song. I briefly looked at it the other day.
Not a Surf, Killian's Red. I don't know if I can play this without getting another YouTube strike. In the sunshine. Definitely can't play that. Kind of has David Crowley feel.
I haven't heard the song. I mean, I probably have. I just don't recognize the name. I wish we could play it, but YouTube would ding us so fast.
Yeah, I know. I better not play it. How dare you? Okay. Well, we'll have to. I don't know. Sounds like another rock band or something. Let's see. Beatrice. Is it Beatrice? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Is all of the search made by David Crowley truly something? Tells me that maybe some things have been removed. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we're kind of looking for, is for somebody who would know, like a hacker or somebody who knows more about that stuff, knows coding, to see if there's anything in here that would tell us what type of software would they need to kind of for the police to kind of do that, which I do believe, Sophia. Don't they say that they were able to find anything even if it was deleted?
Yes, that's what the search warrants cover. Like deleted text deleted apps, just all kinds of things
Oh,
they
okay.
were looking for.
I wonder if that would include searches though, and things like. I guess if it's a history, it could, but then they could be wiped from the history that they have here too. I don't know. They'd have to really do some deep, deep, deep diving.
I'm not even sure how to do all of that to completely erase a search.
That's pretty easy. You can. I can do
I
it right
just
now. I can go these three dots and clear it out, but I don't know if that's if whatever software they're using, if that will take it out. You know what I mean?
the blacklight software.
Yeah,
Let me Google what it does.
because it's coming from their computer, but it's not coming from the internet. I don't know. I don't know. That's beyond my it's beyond my knowledge, but it's something to think about, and hopefully somebody out there kind of knows and can help us with that. So satanic verses. He's looking up another. Here's another Google search. So you were talking about satanic verses on Wikipedia. What is that? Satanic. I thought that was that one from that one book.
What are we looking at now? The
The satanic
yeah.
somewhere. So he has this book in his house, the satanic verses, which people tell me it's not really about Satan. It's really about Muslims, right?
Yes, that's actually right. Um, Catherine and I were looking at that the other day.
Interesting.
And yeah, it even on the screen that you just had up that showed that.
Yeah.
And that was the 23rd. Did he ever go back to it?
I don't know. He moves on from there, or whoever did this moved on from there, and is more about the satanic verses on this website, answeringislam.org. Han satanic verses. So he's looking at that. It's kind of diving a little deeper. And then CNN. Why? That's where to go from. What's the time difference in that? 6:27 UTC time. And then an hour later, you're looking at it. He's brave. I can't stand CNN. I couldn't even watch it.
I know.
Even if it was just to see whatever they're doing, whatever they're up to. So it's CNN World News. Interesting. Trying to keep up with the news, the mainstream news, which, I mean, in his line of work, he definitely should. New contribution to Gray State. So they're still getting contributions up until the 24th? Wow. Well, that should clear in his new contract. Well, I guess that.
Bank account?
Yeah, if it's money. I mean, I guess that could just be somebody contributing, not necessarily financially, but if it's a financial contribution, I wonder how all that works. I don't know. How far back do the financial records go? Do you know? It's still kind of a mess to me. It doesn't seem like it's in a lot of order. But
I think July.
Okay.
Okay, and what day was that? That was the 24th?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure it's going to be on that account.
This is an email to him. Looks like. It doesn't really say who it's from or anything. Oh, well, here we go. Ego. Let's see. That's 12:55. That's a few minutes later. So I'm curious what the contribution is. If that means, financial contribution to whatever they had going on. Was there a Kickstarter? Was there something like that? Is there a place where people can donate to Gray State? That's pretty interesting. Egokick.com. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. Looking at that again on the 24th.
I am not seeing anything. And his hothead, I think, was zeroed out. I'm not exactly sure. Wait, all I'm seeing is just reoccurring transfers all around that time.
It could be money coming in, money coming out, maybe. Are there any deposits with solid numbers, no decimal points?
I'm not sure. Hold on a second.
Could be one of those.
They have several different accounts to look at, all with this one with Wells Fargo, so
right.
Scrolling through it. Okay, this is just transactions.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat message, in the chat, the live chat right now. So if anybody wants to go and check out this document, I really think, I felt like this with the crime scene photos. The more eyes we have on this, the more answers we'll get. And something like this, I think, is it's going to be pretty much the same thing. We may even get more answers. So the more people we have looking at this document that I'm going to post in the live chat here, the better, I think. So let me know if you can receive that.
On the 19th, he did a deposit from Hothead Productions for $250. And then he deposited $200 online transfer from David Crowley Savings. That was deposited into their account. There's like 5 different pages I'm looking at, so give me a second.
Yeah, if there's nothing for the 24th, I mean, it should either be the 23rd, 24th, or 25th. And that's if it's going directly to his bank account or something too. The donations could be going to a shared account. I'm not sure. I don't know if we tried if we tried to donate to the Gray State today, if they had that option, where would that go, But I do believe that their channel is actually a monetized channel, so that's why I don't really encourage people to go there, to their YouTube channel. Because I know who's running those channels, and it's the same people who think David Crowley is guilty. I wouldn't want to give them my clicks, my views, so give them my money, pretty much. No thanks.
I'm just not seeing anything for that time frame.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know there. So, anyways, it may not be a financial contribution, but who knows? We will find out for sure. Here's another interesting one. If you look at page 38, 12/24 on 12/24, Christmas Eve. So 342 UTC. Because if I don't figure this out, it's gonna drive me crazy. 324. So what do? I put in 3. I don't know if UTC is AM or PM. It doesn't say. Well, no, that would be AM because it's military, right? So 324. And to CST time, 12:04 convert. Okay, so that would be
9:24 p.m.
9:24 p.m. Okay. I mean, this is. Sometimes I'll do this on YouTube late at night and just kind of watch. I stopped doing this about a couple months ago, but I used to. If I was really bored or couldn't sleep, I'd watch some of these paranormal videos, ghost videos, things like that on YouTube. So he's doing that. I mean, that's obviously not that late, I guess, for him. But abandoned places that will make your skin crawl. That's pretty
Yeah, I'm
interesting.
good on that. I don't, I'm just good on that. I really don't need it in my life.
I have no idea what would ever prompt me to do that, but I did it several times, and finally I'm like, why am I doing this? This makes no sense. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
It
A lot of that
it
stuff does not
seems
seem real that I've seen on YouTube, by the way.
well, it just seemed like Camille and him liked horror movies. But they also liked comedies too.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe that was just something that they do. I know my daughter and her husband, they watch the weirdest crap. On YouTube. They spend all afternoon watching it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to my room because some of it is just so dumb. It's like paranormal stuff, but it's like obviously fake.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just having a deep conversation about it. So weird.
Well, here's another one. DogTube. I've never heard of DogTube, but I guess if you go to dogtube.us, 20 things dog owners do that cause their dogs to misbehave. I mean, there you go. But it's not 20 things dogs owners do to try to shoot their dog before they kill themselves and kill their family and kill everyone else. But they miss the dog somehow. It's pretty crazy. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's so much here that it's just when the police are going through this. I wonder what detectives are actually, who they are. Man, I'd love to get some statements, some quotes from the detectives that had to go through this. And I guess it would be the one, maybe Brian Bone. I think he's the one who said we looked at everything and couldn't find anything. But whatever detective was tasked with actually going through the internet log, and then logging all this stuff too, doing all this stuff. At the end of it, they got to be like, wait a minute, there's definitely something wrong here. And I mean, how could they not know? That's pretty interesting. It's a liability issue at that point, I guess. But
And so, as everybody can see, there's just this normal search history, and it goes all the way up to the 25th, late on the 25th.
Napoleon. Napoleon Hill? What the hell is that? Self-help author. He's a writer. He's known for books Think and Grow Rich, 10 best-selling books. Interesting. Improving One's Life. Interesting. Wow. Good stuff there. It's got his quotes, so he's looking up some of his quotes for something. Then it's back to the Rise group. After that, that's page 40 that we're looking at here. Back to the group activity to see what the group is doing, pretty much. And then, okay, here's the one you were talking about. rapturechrist.com/woman. Oh, we're gonna need the Wayback Machine for this. What that? Is that secure? That's okay. Yeah, we need the Wayback for that one. Unless it's...
Which one is that? Because I might have been able to find it for you. The Rapture Christ one? Yeah, I have that. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Just curious why it's not coming up unless I'm not doing it right.
That's the one with the woman with the 12 stars and...
That's weird. I can't get
that we were talking.
Yeah, I can't get it to come up. HTTP semicolon. Did you look at that recently?
Yeah, I was
Jeez.
just looking at it just now.
What? Why is it not coming up on mine?
Here, I just sent it to you on Messenger.
Okay. This here, I think my browser doesn't want me to go there.
You can't look at it.
Possible causes. It doesn't like HTTP, I know that, but so what? Who cares? Yeah, it doesn't like Rapture. It must be something else. Okay, I have to go here because it's a non-secure site. Which is stupid. The Rapture, is that what it is, or just Rapture? Let's see, this takes me to Rapture 2. I guess my question is this like a Christian site? What's going on here? What's their mission? Let me look at their mission statement here. Mission is to alert people that there is not much time for preparation before the rapture occurs. Christ told us that his coming would be like in the days of Noah. Like in the days of Lot. Noah warned people, while he was constructing the ark, Lot had less time to warn people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh, when I hear this phrase, like in the days of Noah, this reminds me of people that predict the end of the world. I used to work for a place like that. I think that was the title of his book, In the Days of Noah, like the Days of Noah or something like that. And he made a lot of...
But that's not actually what he was looking at, though. That's interesting, though. If you could just send me that link, please. Just send it to Catherine and I, please.
Okay. All right.
Because this is interesting.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I know I can't stay up too late. I know you probably can't either. But...
I'll circle back.
There's a lot here. Where is Spartan Fidelity? Okay, and that's 1224. Yeah, to me, like those last days, because Mason Hendricks kind of set up the anticipation. You know, if you read the last searches, look at his last Google searches, and of course he was acting like I had already done that, or like I would be able to. It only took me 7 years, I guess, to look at it for somebody to, you know, and show me this, but I don't know. It just sounds like another rabbit hole, another dead end from him. You know, not really a dead end. I guess a misdirection, maybe. I can't think of the right word. It's too late. Justin Kinsey. I have no idea who that is, but that's interesting. And we also have Old Chick has joined us. Is it just me or is it blurry? Let me know if it's blurry. It could just be the document. I'm looking at. I mean, on my phone it looks okay, I guess. If you're on your phone, or if you're make sure that the quality setting for YouTube is also set to the highest quality. That could be it too. So just make sure. Make sure that that's the best setting. But yeah, it does kind of look like it's maybe photocopied or something, or scanned. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that they sent us was scanned, and it's kind of blurry and crooked and, you know, just low quality. I am grateful for it, though. I mean, so I won't go and be too harsh. Justin Clancy, he was looking at a Facebook page for that, and I tried to put the address in, and it did nothing on my Facebook.
Okay, you put the whole thing in?
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder.
And it just
And nothing happened, huh?
yeah.
No. Interesting.
And then I tried looking him up, and there's a lot of people with that name. So I honestly don't know who he was trying to find.
Yeah, or why? Because that could be a key there. This is another good one to put in when you're logged into Facebook, obviously, you know. But this photo one here too. What do we? There's a few photos. I was looking at some photos at that time, 1920. So let's see. Was this 24 hours? So 1920, and that would be 13. Okay, so 1:20 p.m. daytime. Lots of daytime stuff here on Christmas Eve, and nobody's seeing them.
And it's weird because the police said that he was staying up late and on his computer late. But these were a lot of daytime searches.
Yeah. The Guardian.
Does it look like he's on the computer a lot? I mean, or is he like doing a search and then leaving and coming back and doing another search?
It's pretty regular. Some of the stuff is pretty regular. I mean, some of the weird things you have here is where you have the visit time. Is the visit time last 1926-14, and then it's not really in order. It's kind of backwards. Bader. That is familiar. I think I'd look that one up. Bader Airlines. Battle of Bader. More Muslim ties, Muslim searches, things like that.
And I have to wonder if that just goes back to what was going on in the world at that time. Maybe there was an attack or something, because he seems to be circling around those churches. And just a thought. If we can Google that.
Bader. So this is what he was looking at here.
BADR.
Wow, there's a lot of them though. So it could be, it could be any of it. Look at how many places there are. They're all kind of in the Middle East. Even in Jerusalem though. That's interesting. Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, where Kamel was born. I think Sidra was born there too. Forget. Battle of Bader. Interesting. Could be a lot of stuff there. Something here they're looking at. Bashir Bader. Why does that sound familiar? Urdu language. Yeah, there's something there. It's pretty interesting. The problem is there's too much there. So what you would expect next is to see, okay, Bader, Iraq. Okay, page 43. So something to do with Iraq and Bader. But on here, there's no Iraq. Bader organization, a political party in Iraq.
Iraq divisions will delay counteroffensive on Islamic State. That was December 1st, 2014. I'm looking still. There's one for December 26th. Are the U.S. and Iraq on the same side in Iraq? Middle East.
Yeah, so it's probably related to that. Here's something on the Drudge Report, too. He's just looking at yeah, because you can go to the main Drudge Report page and just... Well, he didn't find anything, whatever he was looking for. Then the next day, 1225, okay, spirit, science, and metaphysics. Top 5 things you didn't know about Christmas and probably should. Oh, great. I can imagine what that is.
I tried to find that article and could not.
Top 5 things
so we
you
need
didn't
to do
know
that
about
on the Wayback Machine.
Okay. We're going to need the Wayback Machine for a lot, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should know. Christmas. 10 things you should know about Christmas. No top 5 things. Yeah, way back. Way back. Alright. Aleister Crowley. I mean, there you go. We've been, he's even commented on that too, how people try to connect him to Aleister Crowley because of his name, and maybe he finally started looking deeper into it. But I think that's a pretty weird one. And the witchcraft here too. And this is, let's see, 2317. 2317. Alright, so that's 5:17 p.m. A lot of this stuff is all daytime stuff. I mean, it's weird because you're like, okay, he's looking at Aleister Crowley, but then you look at the website, and the website is called JesusIsSavior.com. So... And then Wicca, witchcraft, Aleister Crowley. I mean, why? Aleister Crowley exposed. So it's kind of like exposing Aleister Crowley. Well, yeah, because you know what? If he's going to be rich and famous, if he's going to be out there, once people, if he's at these Hollywood, LA parties, etc., once he says his last name, that's, everybody's going to ask about Aleister Crowley and all that stuff. So, but that's pretty interesting that is that day. So he's alive at this time, or somebody is alive at this time, working on this computer here on 1225. And then that's basically it, right? And that doesn't...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So he's looking to expose the truth about Aleister Crowley, basically. That is the last search. And then he does the myth doc. And, well, if he did it. And then that's basically all the activity. The other stuff was going through the journal, but like you said, it could have been backed up or somebody just scrolling through it.
Yeah, here was another good one about the myth, where he wrote, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." This is part of a project. It's not a suicide note. It's not something that he just write. This is in new projects. It's in Dropbox. It's backed up. Boy, that size, 361 kilobytes. That's small. I don't know if that would be... I wish they had a word count. The word count should just be a few. I'll have to look that up. That's bytes, though. That's big. That's a little bigger. 361 bytes.
He was working on the script. It's in one of the photos next to the computer on a clipboard stand.
There's the Hera thing, right? So
I think so.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, so what was written on his laptop, "I have loved you all with all of my heart," could be, like you said, it could be part of the script, be part of the story here. Nothing more. Curious that they don't really mention that. But whatever. It's not their job to point out every little detail that helps prove David Crowley innocent, apparently, just to point out any speculation that would lead people to falsely believe that he's guilty. So that would be a great document to have. It was created on 12/15. I mean, that's a long... Created on 12/15. Sitting there for days? I don't know. For another 10 days, just sitting there with nothing in it? That seems weird. But this is a project, you can clearly see that. It's something that is backed up to Dropbox. It's not something that he just randomly wrote on his laptop. I think that's pretty clear. Look at page 45 and decide for yourself. Let's do a few more. Unless you have anything else, I'm gonna close this one out here. Just check the comments too. We do need a time. Yeah, we do need a time machine for sure.
We can make that a different show.
Okay.
Put everything through that, but I'm gonna have to wrap this up soon.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I need to. I was supposed to be in bed like 20 minutes ago. So, all right.
Yeah.
A new project means he was planning for the future, not planning to end it all. Exactly. It's a great place to end it. Yeah. Yep. And we'll come back. We just went through quickly some of the first 45 pages. Sophia, any final comments?
When we come back, I will have a photo. Well, actually, I'll send it to you so you can show the listeners of his script that's next to the computer.
Nice.
And it looks like there was a bunch of papers behind it. So he was working on an outline for that. So,
interesting.
Anyway.
That's great. Interesting how they would try to use that as one of the quote-unquote notes that doesn't explain anything, but then some people still believe that it is a suicide note. I think this pretty much puts that to rest for any of us doubters there.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, my friend. Good to chat with you, and I am going to end this live stream here. are you not sorry? There we go. Going. Let's see. I believe we are live.
It says waiting for...
Yeah, I see you.
Okay. Why do I hear myself?
It says waiting for... Okay, there we go. Autoplay. Wait.
I see you.
Okay. Why do I hear myself? How's it sound on YouTube?
Okay, there we go. Sounds like Charlie Brown.
Does it? Yeah, why do I hear myself? Damn it. Okay. Let's see what to do this here.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before on YouTube, of course, with the delay, you know.
Okay. It was just weird I could hear myself.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before.
Mary says that she can hear all of us just fine.
Just fine. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna run with it. As long as everything is okay in YouTube, as long as anyone in YouTube is not hearing a delay or anything like that, I think we're good to go. So please, if you are, please let me know. Or else, here we are. How's everybody doing?
Tired.
Cool. Glad to hear it. Stay tired. It's gonna be, yeah, pretty interesting. Interesting thing here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Thanks to everybody who has joined us, everybody in our chat, and everyone that is watching this on the replay. Everybody around the whole world. I know this is a different time zone, so we can never. There's no way we're ever gonna match it up where everybody's time zones kind of match, but we're gonna do the best that we possibly can. So this is late for the USA and very, very early for our UK listeners, and I know we have a lot of UK listeners. UK is number 2, Australia is number 3, and then there's just a ton of other places that kind of... Canada too. So, Canada. I know we have a lot of great people there. So tonight we are going to be talking about the Ballad of Tony Floyd. Now, if you don't know who Tony Floyd is, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. And how does Tony Floyd relate to the David Crowley case and the accusations against David Crowley? And if you want to go directly to the website that we're going to reference, just go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. Lots of documents, lots of things that we found there. A couple days ago, Tony posted into the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Obviously, one of the first things at the very top, he wants to make sure to stop playing detective, which is a very good quote, so I wanted to add that in here as well. And this is what he posted. I believe it was Monday, if I remember correctly. This past Monday, he posted the link and he said, "File dump of public records as people like to play games and get territorial. I don't support your cause." So at first I was a little confused about what this was, what I was looking at here, so I was very confused about this whole thing. Now, Tony Floyd had joined the group maybe a couple,
a day before. It was a day before.
Was it? Yeah, and he had created. This is a fake account, obviously. This was created like about maybe 8 minutes before he tried to join the group. So usually I don't do that. Usually I'll kind of, I'm a little skeptical, but I figured, no, let's see where this goes, and I'm glad I did. Because this is what we got here. So this is also. Go ahead.
I'd like to say something for the record. I'd like to thank Tony for this website. It's eye-opening, to say the least. I also want to say that we, admins and myself, received everything except for the ME photograph. We received it all a couple weeks ago, and we were releasing it a little bit at a time. And I know that we were redacting some things from the journal that Apple Valley had overlooked. And that's the only reason why we hadn't released it yet to the group. But we already had most of this stuff, and we're still waiting for even more records, like over 7,000 pages worth.
Wow.
So, and when that comes in, that will be available to the group once we go through it and make sure sensitive material like addresses and certain phone numbers are redacted, and sensitive in the nature of personal. Is that the right word to use for this? Intimate.
Intimate
stuff is redacted. There we go, intimate.
And I know you and Catherine have a different view on that than I do. Catherine, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I am probably the farthest thing you will find from a prude, but what was in there, because it was so personal, and I mean, what goes on between a husband and wife is nobody's damn business, and not even my own. And so that stuff, it added nothing to the real context of what David was saying and the parts that mattered. So what they did, how they did it, all that, it's none of our business, and that really, it should remain private. And again, because how many of us want prying eyes, in your bedrooms? And that's pretty much what's going on. You might as well just open up, your entire house and do whatever it is you do with windows wide open and everybody can stare in. And I don't think anybody wants that. So yeah, I would never be okay with releasing those intimate details. I just never will.
And I know that we had debated within ourselves about releasing the journal itself because it is so highly personable. But we knew that real researchers who care about this case would want to know certain information in regards to what David wrote. I can tell you right now, it doesn't show him spiraling into darkness like the documentary says or all the news articles says. He's writing about deeply personal things. And if I ever kept a diary, I wouldn't want it plastered everywhere. So I feel very conflicted about having this put out. It does help, but I feel very conflicted about it. Yes, yeah. Derek, we received these by FOIA request.
Who do you think did a better job at redacting? Tony or the AVPD?
Tony. Without a doubt, it was Tony.
And that's why we didn't post the one that we received to the group, because we weren't done redacting, and Tony's is redacted, so we were like, okay, well, we'll just let the one that's on his website be available to everybody. So
yep, and that website,
we had wanted to redact the addresses, like the GPS stuff, and like I said, a few things, intimate details that Apple Valley had overlooked by accident. And so those were the things that we were still trying to get taken care of. But we had released the internet searches, and that was really helpful because that also showed that David was not Googling the things that Lisa Hendricks said that he was Googling.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I think, when we get to that point where the journal actually is going to set a lot of things straight, and it shows, just the amount of lies that were told by the Gray State guys. And David
Yes.
explains in his own words what he did, why he did it. And like you said, it wasn't a spiral into depression and all that garbage that you hear from everybody else. But, again, I can't stress this enough. I think anybody who puts the personal stuff online needs to have their personal issues and their intimate details and everything photographed, videotaped, recorded, and then stuck online. Because then how would that? Yeah, I feel strongly about it. I guess that's enough to be said.
That's great.
I mean, he was conflicted in a lot of ways, and he struggled. But what person doesn't?
Exactly.
And what person isn't conflicted about certain things?
Yep.
But this is being used against him in the worst way. I mean, they have totally flipped this around and said, okay, this is what proves his guilt. No, it doesn't. It just proves he's human.
Yep.
So, okay.
That website.
Shall we get on with the website?
Yeah, that website. Anybody can go there. Go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. So I got the link up here, and that's what we're going to go over here. But everybody can go there and check it out for themselves. I don't think there's any malware or anything like that on this website. So we were able to download all of this stuff. So if you're not comfortable downloading it there, we will have it to where you can download it in other places. But because Tony put this out, please think about downloading it there. Hey Defro, I want to say hey to Derek, and I want to say hey to Mary as well, and everybody else in the chat. Defro says, Tony Floyd, my hero. Shout out Tony Floyd. Yeah, yep, I was thinking that too. Defro, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, okay, first it was Red Ron. He was my hero. Then it was a soldier who served with David named Mac. He was my second hero. And then we have Tony Floyd here. So all different, all talking about different things, different data and stuff. But it really shows how deep that this goes, regardless of your view on David Crowley. And we're going to see how different Tony's view is from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. This guy is a class act. Whoever this person is a class act. And I don't know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to echo what Sophia was saying and what you just said. Even though Tony is on the opposite end of the spectrum of this from us, it takes someone of class and someone with some ethics to be able to say, you know what, I don't agree with your stance, and in fact, I will vehemently disagree. However, everyone should have the same information. So that truly is a rarity these days. So thank you so much, Tony.
Yeah, and I mean, why hide information?
Right.
If these people actually believe that this information proved David guilty, why not put it out there to shut us up? But instead, they greedily held on to it.
Yep.
Like even to the point where they watermarked information and said that they owned the rights to these.
Yeah, which you can't even legally do. That is against the law, what they did.
Wow.
And that they're they are treading a fine line. You can't take a photograph from someone else's work, especially the BCA, right? This is their work, and then put your watermark on it. That is actually illegal.
So I mean, anyway,
Yeah.
if they had really wanted to prove David's guilt, and they thought for 100% that this proved his guilt, they would have shown it to everybody to shut us up. But instead, no, they wanted the drama.
It's the secret
Anyway,
knowledge, huh?
the information's here now, and we're going to go over it with you guys.
Yep.
So, Greg?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the secret knowledge, or we have the data but you can't have it. I've never really been a fan of that. Those carrots have been dangled before us since the case really first started, and it's sad that some people actually fell for it and took it, and then just kind of sat on it. I don't know how long this information has been sat on. It sounds like a very long time, and that is not good. That's not cool, and that is probably the most frustrating thing with me. That's my real big beef, is how long this information was sat on, and why we're going to talk about this too. Why only certain, Derek brought it up too, why only certain people are getting certain data. That is not cool either, right? Because the Apple Valley police, and they know this, that's why they're being pretty quiet right now. They know that they cannot pick and choose what type of data that they get. So, I don't know I don't know if you two have reached out to the Apple Valley. You're definitely free to talk about whatever you want to talk about there. But when I reached out to them, and I'm still expecting some more data, I wanted to make sure that what they're seeing here, what I'm seeing here, what we're going to talk about, should be included in the data that we're still waiting for. So let's hope it is. It should be, or else there's some legal problems there. There's some, not only fairness, whatever you want to say, but again, it's like you either give it, it's either public or it's not, but you don't get to say who gets it and who doesn't get it. That's just not how those statutes work, and I think even Tony covers that. So then a few days later, this was yesterday, Tony Floyd wanted to correct. So he posted in the group for a second. I think he's only posted twice here in the group so far that I've seen. And so what he posted yesterday, to clear some things up, I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened. I originally sided with facts versus fiction because of aligned beliefs, even regarding the disclosure of materials and lack thereof. After dealing with their lies, he's talking about the facts versus fiction. After dealing with their lies, exclusion, and patronizing tones, I eventually got sick of them and have published these materials as I disagree with their hypocritical attempt at a virtue signaling, especially, I lost my train of thought.
Virtue signaling monopoly, especially after receiving threats and attempts at slander.
Okay, thank you. Attempts at slander. Okay, here we go. This is a gross oversimplification, but I doubt anyone cares much. If the blame is to fall on anyone, it was their responsibility to not start a game of chicken with the release of materials under quote-unquote my name. Lots of stuff to cover here. What do you guys think about all of this?
He's very frustrated, and I see it as a man. I'm assuming it's a man who, they pushed him too far, and he's like, you know what, you don't own me, and I'm not going to hide this because this is what I feel everybody should see. And so he just said, up yours, I'm doing it, and then he did it.
I have to admire him because he's actually calling them out for who they really are. I mean, these people, they will slander you. They will threaten you. They will threaten your family.
Yep.
And they feel that they have the right to do that because we are looking into this case.
Do you think the family has told them to do that, to do those things?
They claim that they are protecting the family.
By
I don't
slandering
know
us,
if the family has asked them to do it or not. And honestly, they're liars. And even Tony will say that they are liars.
Hmm.
And the fact that they claim that you and Dan hide evidence of David's guilt, but in reality, they're the ones who are hiding evidence from other people. I mean, how hypocritical is that? That is their one reason for why they don't like you or Dan, and why they turn other people against you guys, is because they're saying that you and Dan have evidence. And I know for a fact that this is not true, because I have been submitting FOIAs to Apple Valley, to the BCA, to the Sheriff's Department there in Dakota County. And everything that I have received back does not show guilt for David. And there is nothing that we have hidden from the group. We have posted everything once we've gone through and removed sensitive information. So it's complete and utter BS, and it's a tactic that they're using to turn people against the justice group. It's a very shady tactic.
And it's not working. Let's be honest. It's not working. It's only helping us. just like Eric Nelson.
Can I also, I wanted to say that yes, we did receive a lot of this information about a week or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. But again, we weren't holding on to it because we don't want to share it. We are holding on to it to make sure that nothing inappropriate gets out. Anything and everything that is absolutely pertinent to the case needs to stay in, but we're not trying to hide information. We're just trying to redact the stuff that didn't quite get redacted very well from the police department. Now, if they're redacting it, that means they don't want anybody to see it. Unfortunately, we could still see some of it, so and there's the difference. We don't, as far as I know, our group is not about hiding information. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This data, I just received the documents here personally. I just received them a couple days ago. Yeah, maybe yesterday, Wednesday, whenever Wednesday. I don't know what day it is, but I'll be honest with you. If I would have received it first, I probably would have just put it out the way it is, with everything the way it is. And maybe I would have regretted that 2 days later, 4 days later. I mean, who knows? I don't know. But it's not. I don't want to withhold any information. There's no need to withhold anything. If people don't have it. If I haven't put it out there, it's because I don't have it yet. What I get, I usually just want to just put it out there.
And I guess that's where you and I kind of split hairs, because if it's not, for me, it's not withholding information. It was redacted, but it was poorly redacted. And just because it was poorly redacted doesn't mean I should go and let out another person's mistakes. So we're not asking, and I've never, we've gone back and forth over this. I'm never advocating redacting what was not originally redacted by the police department. Again, they just failed to do a good job at it. So, we're taking out what they should have taken out and covered up better anyway. That's not the same thing as withholding.
True.
Yeah, and this is just intimate details that we were trying to redact to. It was to put in the addresses or GPS locations, only to protect certain people and to, I guess, not put embarrassing stuff out there for the internet to read. I mean, it's really not the internet's business.
I mean, it gets.
I don't want anybody ever reading about that.
I know it's a really tough one, because obviously I was on a different side about the whole the one photo that we had of those bodies, and that was a big issue then, because I was not for releasing that. But at the same time, if I knew somebody else had it, and they're just holding it. I can see the other side of it, and I can see how that would bother people to hold things. So I have no interest in withholding anything. I've never withheld anything except for that one photo there. But we've never, we don't. I'll say this again, and I want people to know it's a fair question to ask me, and I know many people have, and there's nothing wrong with asking those questions. If you ask me anything, I'm going to tell you my view. I'm going to give you my thoughts. There's no games. You're not going to get any games here. I'm going to give you my direct thoughts. As long as you're honest, as long as you do it, just in a regular human way. Hey, Greg, do you really think that David is guilty? And I will keep saying this. I do not believe that he's guilty. 100%. I believe there is no evidence to back up the theory that David Crowley is guilty. I know Dan Hennon feels the exact same way. We do not have any evidence. We have not seen anything to lead us to believe that David Crowley is guilty. We're looking for it. We've been looking for it. It is not there. It is simply not there. The Apple Valley Police, the BCA, they've told us we've given you everything. Obviously, here we have another case where that is not true. Okay, so unless they're withholding something from us, the smoking gun that will show us David Crowley is guilty, it does not exist. I just want to say that one more time. 100% I believe David Crowley is not guilty based on the evidence, based on the facts, not based on the fiction. The stuff that has been told about us is fiction. If someone was using David's Day One journal to say that this proves he's guilty, that is 100% fiction. Anyone that believes David Crowley is guilty and says that they have the evidence, that is 100% fiction. The police are very clear that everything that they have, everything shows that they could not find any motive and no reason why David Crowley is guilty. That's why the million dollar question has always been the same. Well, what does prove him guilty? Fiction. So
yeah, they came up with their answer because they couldn't come up with a different answer. I mean, with what we've been presented, there's not even circumstantial evidence that he did it. They have nothing. Right. So it would never stand up in a court of law. They couldn't even, get him arrested. So, but because he wasn't here and there wasn't a person to charged with this crime, then they were forced by law to close it. What was that term you used, Greg? Exceptionally clear. That's it. So to exceptionally clear something is when you have nobody that around that you think they did it, but they're not here. So in order to close it, it's quote unquote exceptionally cleared. Well, that's not okay with me. That's not good enough. They always said that if you see the document, you'll understand. Well, the more I see, the more I'm like going, nope, not getting it.
I know that each of us read the journal individually, and each of us all commented that it did not prove guilt.
No.
No,
and the same thing with the searches. Before we even had posted them that night, we all had gone through it, and each one of us said, nope, this doesn't prove guilt either. So, I don't know why why they hold on to it, Apple Valley, for as long as they did, because...
Well, we don't know when Tony got this information, right? But we know that he's been sitting on it. We know that this fiction group has it, but yet they're saying that Dan and I are withholding stuff, but here we have the real facts that show that they're actually the ones who have been withholding stuff from the people. You don't withhold stuff if it, like you said, you don't withhold stuff if it will help your case, because all that we want to do, is either say, look, if there's something that proves David Crowley guilty, show us so that we can, like Dan said, close down the whole group, move on to other things. That's not that is not what's happening. What is happening, like you said, are the same thing that's happened to Tony. It's probably happened to many people here. And it's just pointless because it didn't stop Tony. It's not going to stop us. It is only going to make them look foolish, and it's going to come back and bite all of them. Anyone who is playing games, anyone who is doing the things that you're doing to Tony, you will pay. God sees everything. You are not going to get any further away from that. Justice will come to you too. There's no reason to play games. There's no reason to slander. There's no reason to do all of these things that you're going to see that happen to Tony here. And it's just dumb. So it's whatever. The thing. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you had wanted to move on to the next
slide,
because I think that explains a little bit more about what Tony is trying to prove.
Okay, so this was added to Tony's website. So if you go to the website, he has added some things there, and he makes it clear that he does not support our group. He does not support a gray stage, which is me, apparently. He does, or any other representatives who claim David Crowley was not the perpetrator of this crime. He has viewed many of their videos, read the Gray State, read my book, looked at all of the documents, and has viewed everything, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. Okay? Through this, I have come to the same unbiased conclusion as the AVPD, MNBCA, and other agencies involved in the investigation that David Crowley murdered his family before killing himself. Context. I see the name coward. Now, this is, I'm not sure exactly if he's talking about us. I don't think we've called him cowards, attention seekers. I don't know who he's talking about.
No, that was the other group. I believe it was either Louise or Joe that called him a coward. I think it was Louise.
He's a coward for releasing the data to the public, data that the public should have had 6 years ago. He's like what Defro says. He is a hero. He's not a coward. Definitely not a coward. No. And attention seeker. If he wanted to seek attention, he could have done this at any time. And he could also say whoever he was to get the attention to him. And evil for being thrown around. Okay, so that's not directed towards us or anything. It's just. I mean, I was just baffled by that, by some of the allegations that were tossed to him.
Yeah. These 3 points, he is discussing the other group. He is calling them out for what they have been posting about him since you posted the website and the group.
Okay.
That's when they found out about it, is when you posted it in the group. And they got livid, threw a temper tantrum, and this is his comeback to them. Or, excuse me, his clap back to them.
Who's clap back?
Hey, William.
Hey, William.
Tony.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hello.
We're just talking about what's happening between Tony Floyd and the fiction group.
Those jokes. Yeah, my fans.
Your fan club. Your fan club.
All of us.
Oh man, yeah, those guys are hilarious. They're, I mean, it's so ridiculous. They're just.
What do you think about all
frustrating.
This? What are your thoughts on this?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're claiming they own the image, that right there is a huge red flag. I don't like that. I mean, I don't think they can claim ownership, for one, but
no.
But for two, the fact that like they want to go and prove us wrong, right? Well, then why would they withhold anything? You know, I mean, the thing is, I think they withheld this because, from what I can see, this proves our point even further. So, I mean, from the clothes, then you've also got the photo of the gun. I mean, all this has already proven our point a little bit further. So, I mean, the fact, like I said, they withheld that, I think that's just mainly because they knew they're wrong. And they're trying to go and keep everybody in basically in the dark and just let everybody think that we're wrong. But when they come over and they see what we have to go and offer, what we explain, and then on top of that, then they get to see this now. It's just, everybody can see it for what it is. And AVPD obviously they made a terrible, terrible call here. And the fact that also that photo, as you guys probably already seen, of course you guys already seen it, obviously somebody took it with a cell phone. That was not done with a camera, like one that you would see crime scene investigation use. They would be using a DSLR, hands down, just because that's going to give you the clearest possible photo. But you can definitely see there's graininess there, which, I like I said, I can't blame anybody for thinking it's Photoshopped to some degree, but once again, I enhanced it to show it's not. It's absolutely not Photoshopped. Because if it was Photoshopped, you'd see that the grain would be way off. So I don't care how good somebody's at Photoshopping. There's no way they're getting that level of grain like that to replicate that perfectly. So.
Well, you can if you you fix it, you Photoshop it, and then you take a photo of the Photoshopped photo. There are ways to go about that. I've done it, but however,
I would like I said, I would love to see somebody do it. I am 110% they cannot perfectly replicate it.
But the whole thing is, though, is that how I guess I want to know, how do you know, did you look at the metadata? Is there any metadata to see on how that photo was taken and with what it was taken?
Oh, like I said, I only looked at it from the Photoshop aspect, and I didn't get a chance to look at the metadata. I've been kind of running around with like a chicken with his head cut off all day.
Yeah. Join the club, William.
But I did, like I said, I looked at it through Photoshop, but I'm assuming it is, like I said, it does appear that it was done with a flip phone.
Wow. So maybe somebody
because
took
once again, it like I said, it had to have been a flip phone, because if you look at smartphones, their cameras they're way better than that. That was not done with a smartphone.
Well, did they have smartphones back in 2014? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but I don't know. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, they totally did.
I think there is a photo in either the Apple Valley PD or the BCA that shows one of the detectives with a flip phone.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And, the thing is, this is the other thing. I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this yet, but really, this had to have been done. I think I already posted that. Maybe it was on that infographic, but this had to have been done by one of the officers who entered and cleared the house, because they would have picked the gun up and everything. That would have been done in clearing the house.
Well, could it have also been someone who legally or illegally had access to a crime scene photo, was able to see the photo and snap the real crime scene photo image with their phone?
You mean like somebody got into the crime scene and used their phone to take a picture?
No, like somebody was shown crime scene photos, a friend, an alleged friend, and they were able to just pull out their camera and pull out their phone and snap a photo of it.
I don't believe so. There would be, like I said, I'm going to be doing some tests this weekend, just to go and double check. Able to actually get a hold of a flip phone, so I'm going to go and see if I can actually go and run some tests with that. So I don't believe so, because once again, there would be things like gloss. If they're taking a picture, let's say on another phone, on a computer, something like this, there would be some glare to it. You definitely see some, like, for instance, if you guys have seen the pictures, I take a picture when I'm working on my tablet. I'll just take a picture of what's on my tablet, right? Or monitor, graphics monitor, whatever you want to call it. And you'll definitely see there's like some lines coming down. That's all just, that's standard when you got like electronics and stuff you're taking pictures of. You're going to see that kind of stuff. And there was nothing like that. This is just pure grain, which, like I said, that tells me, A, there was bad lighting, which once again, we know there wasn't great lighting in there. They didn't do anything, to lighting so that way they could see everything clearly. On top of that, this had to have been done with a really cheap camera, which once again, we know flip phones have. They're really, really crappy. And then, of course, if you go with a smartphone, you're going to have a higher quality.
Well,
and it doesn't matter.
We do know that they were using professional cameras. That it's evident by that. However, you have to also consider that it's possible that someone had a printout of this photo and then took a picture of the printout of the photo with their flip phone as well. I mean, there are so many ways to make a really bad photo. However, I think it still comes back to the point of that is the gun on the floor, you know, and, you know, I had to eat crow and admit I made a mistake. That is the gun on the floor. But even though that may be the gun on the floor, it doesn't change the end result of the case.
True.
You know, that being there, it's like, you know, so what? Now we know that, yeah, a gun was on the floor. Big deal. How does that, you know, what does that matter?
Well, I think what matters to me the most looking at that photo is, was that photo given to the public or was it not? If it was, then, you know, we all should have access to it. If it wasn't, then the two people who are claiming property ownership of it have a big problem, a legal problem.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't necessarily have. They wouldn't necessarily have the legal problem. It's whoever gave them the photo. If it wasn't meant to be public, and I don't think it was.
Right. Well, they would still be. They would know who that is, and they would be part of that legal problem. Definitely.
They could be, yeah. They definitely could be, but I mean, I would definitely say it'd be whoever the clearing officer was.
Their best bet.
And like I said, I mean.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it.
I was gonna say their best bet. If this photo was not obtained in a legal manner and they were given it, they need to go to the Apple Valley and they need to tell them where they got that photo from. And that person something needs to happen to whoever did that. If it was not legally obtained. If it was legally obtained, then, you know, here's the other scenario, because there is a scenario C, that it was released but it was not supposed to be. That's on the Apple Valley then.
Yeah.
That's on them, and that makes it public. If they released it through a public data dump or a public file request or something like that, that's on them. It's public.
I mean, last I checked, I mean, they're not supposed to be taking photos with their phone, the crime scene, something like this. You know, so any photo is supposed to be taken. I believe it's through the crime scene investigation, or they're supposed to have a camera on hand, which, like I said, this is where I think it's kind of problematic for whichever cop took this. This had to have been done by, like I said, it had to have been one of the clearing police officers. So. But,
yeah, I don't.
But
I
last
don't
thing
know.
before I gotta go is I do gotta go in like a second. But the other thing I really wanted to go and mention that's actually really relevant about this is we also get to see the positioning of the gun, which once again, I mean, I feel like that's really, really relevant when it comes to you know, trying to say David's guilty or not. You know, and I think the way where it's at and everything, I do think that it does show a little more innocence here than it does guilt. I see no guilt here.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
So, I got to bounce. So, thanks for having me, guys, and I will talk to you guys later.
Thanks for dropping in.
We'll talk to you soon.
Of course.
Have a good night.
You guys too.
You too, man. That is Mr. William Rail. He is. You can catch him on Twitch. He does a lot of Twitch videos covering this case. Whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, he and I disagree on a lot of things. Where you can see we're still able to have a cordial chat here and just talk about this stuff. And that's what this really is. You know, a lot of the stuff that happens in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group is a think tank. We're trying to figure out what is happening. We're not acting like we know what really happened or we have it all figured out, but we're just gonna play games with other people, ha ha ha, all this stuff. Like, that's not the way that you get to the truth, and that's not how you help people, including helping this family. If you're playing games, you are not helping this family at all.
Right.
If you're withholding things, if you're making threatening comments to other people, if you're attacking other people, that is not helping David's family or Kamel's family at all. And you should be
counterproductive.
It's very counterproductive, and it also, you know, does not help them. It doesn't help their cause. unfortunately, it does help us because it helps us show why these people are liars and frauds and just fiction writers. That's it. So, and that's time that obviously we don't want to be spending on this, on talking about them. And maybe that's what they really want. And that also is not helping the family, you know? So nothing that they do is helping the family. If you want to help the family, let's find out what the truth is. Let's get some solid facts of what will prove David innocent or guilty. We have thousands of solid facts of why he is not guilty. We have not seen one fact to show that he is guilty.
Okay.
Go for
Next
it.
slide or
Next slide. Let's see. Did we miss anything? So he had 3 points here, right? He says, "Yes, I am," and I think he's being facetious a little bit here.
yeah,
Possibly.
sarcastic. It
Yeah.
does, smartass kind of way, which is okay, because it's the only way to deal with these people.
Yeah.
So.
You're right. He does seem frustrated, and he does seem like he's just, fed up. I mean, he does not support our cause. He does not support what we're doing, but at the same time, he also makes it clear that, he posts in the group and gives us all of this data. So there must be something there. There must be some common ground that we've been able to find, and we found that I've spoken with many people who believe that David Crowley is guilty, and we've gone back and forth on private chats and things like that, and that's fine, so
He just believes that everybody should have access to information in regards to the state.
yeah,
And a decent human being would believe that. So.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I didn't like about what he posted yesterday was he said, "I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened." And I think that's a very general and broad statement because obviously, we all, and I think, Catherine, I think you commented on that too. We all have kind of our own views, our own things. I've made it very clear that I do not have a theory. So when I hear people, telling me that, about a theory, it's like, wait a minute, I don't have a theory. I've made it very, very clear. I've made 2,000 videos, making sure that, people understand that I do not have a theory. I do not have one working theory. I will entertain many, many theories, and I will keep going back to several theories. Maybe I think somebody even asked me one time, if you had to rate different theories. I've been able to really do that, but they're just theories. But I don't think that the group itself, the Justice for David Crowley Family Facebook group, has a theory. We have not come up with just one theory and then just kind of ran with it. Whereas this fiction group has a theory that David Crowley is guilty, and they just kind of run with it and just, have the blinders on to anything else, to thousands of pages of documents, photos.
And that's the frustrating thing is they spend their time slandering anybody who says David is innocent, and they go through all this effort to rip and tear them apart on social media in their videos and all this other stuff, but present not one thing to back their position. But we are trying to back our position with evidence, stuff that is given to us by the police themselves. Right. And like you were saying, there isn't one theory. I think I've read, it's like everyone who looks at the case and then comments on the group page, everybody has a different idea of what they think happened. So it's people, they're, you're throwing out ideas and talking things over. Well, what if this could happen? And what if that happened? And that's a good thing. I think, to throw and toss ideas out is how you can get and whittle things down.
Right. What else? Okay, so we're going to look at some of the files that are included in this quote-unquote data dump. The image of the gun found at the crime scene, which this for me, like I said, this is the big one because I've been asking for this. I know I'm not the only one, but we've been asking for this for six years. And I believe in the 21 questions for Detective Gummer, this is one of the questions that I asked. I said, hey, give me a censored photo. A censored photo. I don't want to see the bodies. All I want to see is where the gun is. I want to see where the butt of the gun, I want to see where that gun is facing. That's all that I wanted for 6 years. And it took our hero, Tony Floyd, and his data dump to get that. And again, people have been withholding this photo, have been withholding this thing, and I do hope that this was legally obtained. And if it was, then Detective Gummert and I are going to have hopefully we're going to have a chat here in the very near future to figure out why I was not given this photo when I specifically asked for this. Now, Detective Gummert has been nothing but professional. The Apple Valley Police, same thing. The BCA has been more than that, as far as my personal dealings with them. But it's kind of weird. The BCA has given us so much stuff, and the Apple Valley Police, I did 2 or 3 requests, and I got 464 photos and 94 pages of police reports. That's it. That's all I've ever gotten from them until a couple days ago, until Wednesday. All of a sudden, there's all of this other data. Whatever, that's fine. Whatever. Just as long as you give it, just give us the public data. This is stuff we could have had 6 years ago, and we could have gone through all of this and a lot of the speculation, a lot of the things, well, maybe he did it because of this. Well, the David's journal, his day one journal shows this. None of that turns out to be true. I mean,
Greg, can I interrupt
please,
for a second,
please do.
Okay, because some in the chat are asking, when I sent my FOIA request this last time, I was extremely specific about the things that I wanted. I gave item numbers, I gave the name of the files that I wanted. So when you send your FOIA request, you have to be extremely specific. Otherwise, they'll just say that they don't have the information, or you'll just get the regular 93 pages, I believe, or is it 94 pages of the police report that's redacted, and just the photos, just like 400 and something photos.
We
get that
did
every
that.
single time.
Well, we did that. Dan Hinnon specifically asked for certain things, and they didn't give him. It looks like the video that is on this list is one of those things that we should have been given.
Yeah.
The gun photo, I mean, I asked Detective Gummert specifically for that. So now what you're saying is, okay, and I'm going to do this probably Monday, hopefully. Or maybe we'll see when. I'm going to do this very soon. But just like you're saying, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to request a photo of the gun as it's found. I'm going to give them the actual freaking photo and say, I want this photo because it's out there. You guys have given it to somebody. And if you have not given it to somebody, please let me know that. Because then maybe I won't put it up there if it wasn't legally obtained. Or maybe we should look into how somebody was able to get this. Maybe there should be an internal investigation or something. But I think the very first step, like you said, I have to be very specific. I'll give you the model number. I'll give you everything that I know about this gun. But it's just very frustrating.
Also
Go ahead.
Yeah, and you have to say that as it was found in situ, not when it was being taken as evidence.
Right.
Because I guarantee if you're not specific, they will send you the evidence photo.
Yeah,
so,
on the living room floor. How about that? I have the coordinates. It's because it's in Joe Cooksley's notes of how the gun is found. These coordinates, this day, this time. What do you guys need? You know what I'm asking for. They know what I'm asking for. But okay, fine, whatever. But that's all that I want. I want that photo, and that does tell me a lot, and it does. Well, we're not there yet. We'll get to that photo, and then we'll kind of go over that a little bit. But so that's the image. David's Day One Journal, which is a redacted version. This is not the same version that we have. Tony did the redactions, a very classy person, because he redacted more than I would have. It sounds like he redacted what you and Catherine were kind of having to do, and that was going to take a while. And then it's like, well, he's already got it, and it looks like his version is actually a clearer quality version, which does make me think that this was an older version. On his website, he also talks about things that he took out that was given to him. So there are things that he has that he is not even sharing on his website. That is technically public data, whatever they have given him. But then there's some electronic reports. I believe that's the 360 or 317 pages of David's searches and what is in the Day One Journal. The medical examiner photos, which again we do not have. We only have 464 photos. Thanks to the BCA, we have over 700 photos that at least give us some, it gives us a lot more than what the Apple Valley did. Where did these photos come from? If these were requested, if these were given through a FOIA from the Apple Valley, then why? It doesn't make sense why some of the photos are given to some people and some aren't. Are they given photos to? If I were to say that I believe David Crowley is guilty, would I have received thousands of more photos if I would have lied? So, and then we have this crime scene photo here too. That, like I said, Dan Hinnon requested. I know he requested audio. He requested other things too. We wanted photos. I mean, and so, like you said, maybe we didn't fill it out right. Maybe we weren't specific, and this person was. Whatever the case, the main thing is that the public has this data. That's what matters. Not my feelings about this. Not because, I didn't get this or that or whatever, which does frustrate me, but it's not about me. As long as this stuff is out there, we're going to make sure that the public will have access to it. This is public data. This is not my public data. This is not public data that some people get and other people don't. That's what Sean Wright, that's what people like that were telling us. They had things that proved David Crowley guilty, but they couldn't share it with us right now, back in 2015. But if we just kept our mouths shut, if we didn't act like David Crowley was guilty, then at some point they were going to share it with us. That's total BS, man. I mean, that is just total BS. That is not something... And those were red flags, huge red flags. And when I posted the text messages between me and Sean, people could clearly see that. I didn't have to leave any comments on it. A person like that, you just let them talk. And this is a known felon. This is someone who has a criminal record. And this person, who David in his Day One Journal talks about, and not in a good light, this person is acting like he's David's savior and David's friend, and then you have this fiction group that has this criminal in their group, and people are supposed to take them seriously, and you really think the family really is going to side with them? With known criminals?
Oh, yeah, he's not the only one in there that's got a record.
That's crazy.
Anyway.
It's crazy. Any thoughts on that before I move on? I know there's probably some great comments that I'm totally missing in the chat room. I do apologize for that.
They're just talking back and forth about the case and how Tony, I guess, released it and read it too, all this information.
Oh, great.
So
That's
he's
great.
making sure it gets out everywhere.
Get it out there,
they
Tony.
must have really pissed him off.
They woken the beast. Go get him, Tony. And
I'll upload the electronics crimes report and Detective Vaughn's report Basically, it's just saying what types of tests that they ran, forensic tests ran on all the electronics.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg has already released the blacklight report to, I think it was item 5,
Item
which was
5
the
and then
searches.
item 8. Okay.
The other one really didn't show anything, so it's not of use at all. And I think that's the only reason why we never posted it.
Okay.
But that would be the laptop that was on the island.
Okay.
And so we'll make sure that everything is in the group for people. And do you have it all on your website too?
Currently I just have the journal and the 317-page electronic report that we covered. But if you could get any of the stuff that you have, if you could add that to the group files, that would be very, very helpful.
I'll add everything except the journal, only because we have not redacted those sensitive.
Can you
But they could get it off of Tony's website. So.
Yeah, that's the one that I have on my website too. Maybe you can download it from my website and add it to the group files. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
And shall we move on to the next slide? Or?
I think so. If I have another slide, is that it? Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I thought I had more. Okay. Oh, maybe is that all I have? I thought I had one more. Maybe not. Okay, I guess that's all of the slides that I have, but we do have the actual website here. And I'm not sure what this video is here. I don't want to get a copyright strike or anything. I have no copyright strikes on this channel, which is really weird.
Could we
great. Go ahead.
move past the photo? Because I don't want you to get any strikes on your YouTube channel.
I'm not worried about that. Actually, I actually do want to talk about that. Well, I guess I did already talk about it. So I don't know. I mean, this is all I wanted right here. I just wanted to see which way the gun was facing. Okay, a guy shoots himself with his right hand, and the gun ends up here, where his left hand is, and you look at where his... No. This is exactly the whole thing. Now, that is just really weird, because we were kind of told the gun was kind of down here where this lemur was. And then...
Are you going to show the photo? I'm not seeing it.
Are you not seeing it?
It's there. I see it.
Oh, okay. There it goes. I'm sorry. Yeah, for some reason
Greg,
my laptop was slowed down. Okay, now I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Greg, you can actually enlarge that part so everybody could see the gun.
Okay.
I know that I can do it on my phone.
Yeah, it is kind of blurry right there. So I don't know if that, but yeah, it's just such a bad image right there.
There you go.
Unfortunately. So that's it right there. That's where that gun was found, as far as I know. I mean, this is where the gun is found. You shoot yourself with your right hand. The gun is found here, and the police are not disturbed by that at all. At all. I mean, it speaks for itself. If I wanted to hide something, and if I was a part of some fictional group, I'd probably hide this too. Because words, the images speak for themselves. That's why we weren't, we just wanted the photos. We wanted, all of this stuff that would show whatever that they're saying. What did you guys see when you walk into this house? Because we asked Detective Gummer, I asked him, when did you realize David Crowley was guilty? He said, as soon as he assessed this scene. So based on what he's saying, he walks into this house, and this looks like a double murder-suicide to him. No. Sorry, just not buying it. He's a police officer. It's not his job to do that. First of all, to just walk in. Oh yeah, double murder suicide. Cool. Okay, done. It's a big problem there. Anything on that photo, or else I'll just keep moving on here. I'm a little frustrated.
They were asking if the gun could have been moved by the dog.
I don't think so. I mean, anything's possible, sure. I mean, it's, I guess, yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah.
He did things at the crime scene. We know that he did chew on bones. We're not denying it. We can see the proof of it in the photos.
No,
he destroyed things.
I do think that's a question. I don't want to act like I'm belittling that question, because it is a very valid question. It's a question that we all ask. We all will ask at some point. But then, you have to just kind of, okay, that's a great question. Let's look at the pros. Let's look at the cons, and you kind of just go from there. Have you ever seen a dog move a gun with this much weight? If the dog did move the gun, would there be, other blood, or would there be other dog saliva or something like that? How would that affect that whole thing too? So I guess you would have to look at so many different things. I would kind of assume that if he shot himself with his right hand, which David was right-handed, the gun should be closer to his right hand. So for the dog to have moved it from where his right hand was over to where his left hand was is also another, it's like you said, it's possible.
Joe, sorry. Joe Howard would like you to zoom in on the gun again, please.
I'll zoom in on the gun. I know it's not very good here, so let me know if you want me to zoom in a little more, and I can do that. I know there's a lag on the YouTube site.
And Derek says, even not fully loaded, it's not impossible, but the dog has been blamed for everything. Come on.
Yeah.
And he's so right. The dog has been blamed for everything. I mean, not like it's not impossible. I mean, but he does have a point.
Yeah. And even when you look at the gun, when they put it on the table next to the Christmas tree, next to that front window, it has hair on it. It has blood on it. We know that there's blood on the magazine too. If I remember correctly, it's David's blood on the magazine, Kamel's blood on the actual gun. I mean, and then hair. Why would there be hair there? It's very, very odd stuff about this gun. So this, to me, for the gun, is pretty much the final piece of the puzzle. This is just more proof to me. So I don't know if that image is clear. On my screen, it looks very, very fuzzy. So I see what William is talking about now. When I zoom in, yeah, it's like, whoa, that's grainy. Because when you're not zoomed in and you're just looking at it from the website, I was like, well, that looks like a pretty decent photo, actually. But the more I zoom in, yeah, the more it does not. So I hope that helps.
Greg, please go to the red on David's leg.
Okay. Let's
I guess it's right across from where the gun was.
Okay.
On his leg.
Yeah, so there's
right there.
There's a big red spot, flesh.
Yeah, and this is interesting because there is no wound on David's leg, as the ME states.
They don't mention any wound, anything. I mean, they do mention, quote unquote, evidence of animal or possible evidence of animal scavenging.
And that's in relation to his neck, face, and his hand.
Oh, interesting. So they're actually specific about the animal scavenging and where they think the animal scavenging is.
Well, because the rest of his body was intact, so they don't mention any other injuries to his body. So I'm saying, I mean, people are more than welcome to read the autopsies that are either on your website or in the group, and they'll see for themselves.
Yeah, this makes me want to go back through David's autopsy to see if when they mention animal scavenging in relation to David, are they specific about where the animals... I don't think they are. I think they're very, very vague. And that's just the final report, right? There's obviously notes and there's recordings that they're doing as they're looking at the actual body, which is the real stuff that we really wanted. Again, I'd rather just have what the medical examiner is seeing. I'd rather have a recording of that than really see the actual bodies, but whatever. This is what happens when you have to go digging for things. You end up having to exhaust all different scenarios, possibilities, and that's exactly what is happening here. What we're looking at here, if it's not specifically mentioned in the autopsy, why not? Why not? If they thought this was animal scavenging, then they should say possible animal scavenging on David's left leg. Or I don't know.
It does say with defects on left front and left lower pant leg. Pants are covered in dark green to red stains are present with numerous short white hairs. And
can you read that first part again about the left leg?
And where is that located, please?
It is David's autopsy report, page 3.
David's autopsy report.
Thank you.
Clothing and personal effects. And I believe it's bullet point 4. One pair of Nautica jeans company brand black and white and blue striped sweatpants size medium with defects on the left front and left lower pant leg. The pants are covered with dark green to red stains are present and numerous short white hairs. The staining is also on...
Yeah.
The staining is also on his boxer shorts.
Yeah.
And the staining is also on his black sleeve. No. On his shirt. On the left, on the collar in the left side of his shirt. The black shirt, they said. And then, I'm looking over his body.
Yeah, there's no mention of the wound on the leg. I can't find it.
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
Nope.
Very disturbing right there. No head. No head. Gone.
They said they also found red-brown blood-like material on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and the first finger.
Anything else on that image? I really want to move on from that image.
Yeah, let's move on. Okay. We can move on.
Okay, the photograph was obtained through Luis Gibson and Joe Tomaso at the Crowley Case Facts versus Fiction. So that's the group, right? That's what that is? That's a Facebook group.
That's the group.
So they obtained this.
We Are David Guilty group.
Is this the image they try to copyright? Is that what happened here?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the image that they try to copyright.
They wouldn't copyright it if it was legally obtained. I don't know. I mean, that would be weird. Well, here's what he says. Let me keep reading on. They initially claimed that they obtained this photo through a source at the AVPD who was assigned the case in 2015. But after building a relationship with them, That's not. I mean, Luis was in our group at that time, and she was one of the big, one of the people speaking up that David Crowley was not guilty.
Who?
Miss
Louise?
Gibson, yeah, for years,
Really?
for years, up for many years, up until she got booted out. Oh yeah, she was anti-Judy, totally thought David didn't do this, etc., etc.
Anti-Sean too.
Anti-Sean, they were all crazy, talking smack about all of them, and no, something wrong there. So it sounds like Tony doesn't believe what they're saying either. I mean, geez, look at these. This is crazy. The lies.
Well, Louise used to tell me stories about how she owned Judy. Judy would say that the couch was in one position or something like that, and she had this huge argument with her. I don't know. It was just, and now seeing her all buddy with her, okay, whatever.
Oh yeah,
but she's very proud of that,
Yeah, she's told me that for years, for many years. We have a lot of data backing that up. What she really thought about Judy back then. So that's kind of weird.
Or Rob or Sean, there's lots of proof.
Yeah, Rob got caught. He got caught in some lies because he was he definitely got caught. So he was probably not being truthful for a very long time, and maybe other people were too. But it just shows that they're not interested in truth. Because if you are, you don't act like that.
Into the group at the tail end of that when Rob finally got booted or left.
He got called out and could not answer a couple questions, simple questions, and then backtracked, and then
and that was interesting. And he was the first one. He and Mark Anthony were the first ones who were claiming that you and Dan were withholding evidence, and that is still the mantra to this day with the other group. And we know for a fact
what evidence do they think we're withholding? Evidence that the police doesn't
have? That David's guilty and that you guys are milking this for all it's worth.
But here's the thing, though, the cops don't even have that evidence.
How
would we have it? I don't get it.
I mean, the cops even say it throughout the report, even at the very end. Even the ECU paperwork. We have no proof. We have no motive. But because they don't have, I guess, quote unquote, proof of somebody else, David must be the guilty party. Even though the backslider was unlocked and slightly opened. And
no signs of somebody forcing their way in, though. That is a fact.
Yeah, no proof of forced entry.
No forced entry.
You don't need forced entry with an open door.
I know, right? or no proof of missing items from the household.
Right.
Well, you don't need to steal anything to kill a family.
No signs of a struggle, even though there is a knife. There is a knife on the living room, but no signs of a struggle, people.
And an open knife.
An open knife.
And
right there.
Bullet holes in the floor, and casings on the floor or like an unfired bullet that had jammed. More shots to Kamel than needed to be.
No struggle, though. No struggle.
And the crime scene is chaotic, but there's no sign of a struggle.
He says, although when I later confronted them about the legality of obtaining this photo after being lied to on numerous occasions, I want to hear more about that from you, Tony. They changed their story, because he probably has all these screenshots too. He probably has all this stuff. They changed their story and claimed that they obtained it through a legal records request, meaning that apparently anyone could obtain it. This is a lie. He's got them right here. He's got them right where he wants them. This guy's really, really smart here. he's got all of this there, and the fact that they changed their story. There's no need to change your story if you're telling the truth. So
the truth doesn't change.
no, truth doesn't change. But he's really got them in a legal bind here, because either they legally obtained them or they didn't. So when they first say that they didn't legally obtain them, which is what it sounds like in the first sentence here,
Mm-hmm.
and then the second sentence, it sounds like now they're backtracking and saying that they legally obtained them. That's something that we can definitely figure out, that you can definitely prove. And it sounds like that's pretty much what Tony said is, hey, this statute, the Minnesota statute 13.82 subsection 7, boom, right there. And it's a simple question for the Apple Valley. Was this image legally obtained or not? That's what all I've asked them. I have not heard back from them. I'm sure they're getting their lawyers and, have to pass it up the chain, blah, 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 whatever. I know that they may even be listening. They may even be watching. They may be watching the group, whatever. We're only looking for the legal stuff here, the stuff that the public has. Based on what the public has, there's no way you can say that David is guilty. Even this image here, but now you have something here where you're talking about things that are being given to people illegally, possibly. Why? It's really, really odd. This is, when I'm reading this, it really just opens up a can of worms here. He really does. So, it says, I believe that is a lie, as I have been denied access to much less graphic photos pertaining to the case. We've all gone through the same thing, I'm sure. Images, so here's the statute. Images and recordings, including photographs, video, audio recordings, which are part of inactive investigative files and which are clearly offensive to common sensibilities, are classified as private or non-public data. And that's, again, that's backed up by, what we asked Gummert is we just wanted an image of the gun, blur out everything else. And all of a sudden other people have it. That's just, that's too coincidental and just too shady. It's just, it just adds to the shadiness of all of this case. And it doesn't need to be like that. It never did. Just give the public the data, and you guys, obviously the Apple Valley, the police think that they have it solved. Well, fine. Think whatever you guys want. But give us the public data. Don't withhold the stuff. So I hope that they haven't been. But if they haven't been, then that means that that photo, and maybe other stuff too, was obtained, was not obtained in a legal way.
I'm going to put this out there.
Yes.
I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying Sean, Wright, and Judy are in that group. And they both have had access to the files and to things that we didn't have for the longest time in regards to this case. Well, it's very possible that, and I'm assuming here, that things were shared with the other group that weren't shared with us. And that's why the lies were happening. But,
Well, they should not have.
Now it's out there.
They should not have access to anything that we don't have access to. They're public. We're public. There's no difference.
But the thing is that Sean and Judy were both involved with the documentary. And we all know that Eric Nelson and Sean had the files. Even Mason had the files. Mason Hendricks, I'm fairly certain of that, because he was asking long ago if you had seen the data searches. And you told him flat out that you hadn't. But obviously he had that information at that time.
And that would have been
and then when you said that
2016, maybe, yeah, 2017.
Yeah, and then when you said that you hadn't seen it, that's when he lied to you. and he told you that there were certain things on there near the end that David was searching for, but he didn't. So, I mean, this is just, I'm doing deductive reasoning here.
Yeah, I think he also said one of the last things that David posted or commented on was one of Hendrix's posts. So I don't even know if that's true or not. Whether it is or whether it's not.
He didn't go to Hendrix's page on Facebook. We would know because it would be in the data searches.
Well, that's similar. Go ahead.
No, but he did go to Danny August Mason's Facebook page several times. So.
Yeah, and there's no reason to withhold any of that stuff. If anything, they would black it out, similar to this blackout thing here. If they didn't want Hendrix to be mentioned or anything like that, it would be blacked out or something. But that could have been a Facebook. I think it was a Facebook post too. So I don't know. But you're right, because there are Facebook posts and things like that in there. So again, unless the police are picking and choosing, which it doesn't look like they're really doing. It looks like it's, I mean, with the 317-page thing, maybe because it looks like it's on a spreadsheet. But with the phone calls, with the phone records, it would be really hard for them to kind of censor that and kind of make it look like they didn't censor it. So we're talking about some of the phone records, calls that people say they made the call, and then the records say something completely different. I mean, what other conclusion could you come to? So, I mean.
Well, I'm waiting for the Celebrate files, and once I receive those, I'll compare them to another spreadsheet that I made in regard to people saying that they either text or contacted David, and it doesn't show up in the AT&T report. But if they show up in the Celebrate report, then obviously it happened, because those are legit. So I'm going to hold off on that.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been one thing where, and here's where the Day One Journal kind of ties there is that, we have the police are saying that the Day One Journal ends in September. Obviously, now that we have the Day One Journal, you can clearly see that it doesn't end until November 5th, right? November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
So there's obviously something going on there. Maybe the file that they had was the stuff that was not deleted, and somehow doing the whole, pulling everything out using special software, they were able to find other posts past September. And so maybe they'll do something, maybe with these records that you're talking about, maybe we'll see something with those phone records too, whatever it is. But
because these are text messages, and I'm not sure exactly whether they're emails, but definitely text messages from David's cell phone.
Right.
Okay. So we'll definitely be seeing if he was actually contacting. But they should have shown up on the AT&T record. So I'm a little confused about that.
Yeah, only if they were taken off. Only if what we're seeing on the AT&T records for the text messages is. I don't know how that works. I'm just trying to think of scenarios, I guess. If it was a deleted message, would it still show up there?
I have AT&T. I will look at we just had our phone bill come in, so I'll take a look at it and see.
Yeah, try to have somebody send a text, try to delete it and see if that still comes up there.
It should still come up because it got pinged, so it should come up. You sent it through the service, it would come up. Even if it was deleted off of your phone.
Yeah. It
still went through AT&T service, that satellite, and got pinged, so yes, it would show up. I'm not a techie, but common sense would say that it would.
Sure. Well, and he
But
does. He has the day one journal, 162 pages there. He says, "I obtained this via records request a while ago, and we just got this a couple days ago."
I received it on August 4th.
Okay, I just received mine on Wednesday, so
Hmm.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I gave it to you to read, but
yeah,
you
but
just received your copy.
yeah, I received my copy. I've been asking for this for years, but whatever,
For
you know.
6 years.
For 6 years, but all of a sudden, yeah, it's. I guess I just got to keep asking for it and keep asking, which I don't want to do. I know they have other things that they have going on. We wouldn't even be in this spot now, going back and forth. The Apple Valley Police probably feel like we're just wasting their time. And it's like, no, man, if you guys would have just given us all of this stuff way back when, there would be no need for
We
us
could
to
move
contact
on.
you. Yeah, we wouldn't be contacting you about any of this stuff here. Why are we just
But I
receiving
have
this all
to
of a sudden?
admit,
Yeah.
my contact with Apple Valley, who's been fulfilling my FOIA requests, has been very patient, and she has answered my questions. And I am incredibly thankful for her time and her patience. So,
Yep, I am too.
and maybe we're just not asking in the right way. Or maybe they finally decided, okay, you can have this. We've given it to other people. So, I mean, it doesn't matter now. We have it.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go back and, woulda, shoulda, coulda, whatever, I think you're right. It's on me to just take that responsibility. Maybe I just wasn't filling it out right. Okay, whatever. We have it. So there's going to be a lot more requests that I'm going to try then. And I'm going to try to fill it out right. Okay? Maybe I'll wait another 5 years before we get more. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So he says I obtained this via a records request a while ago and gave a redacted and compressed copy. So he redacted this, a redacted and compressed copy to the clowns at the Crowley case, fact versus fiction. So yeah, he's not really too happy with them. He's never called us clowns, and he doesn't agree with us. So like you were saying, there's definitely some other issue going on there. Their claims of obtaining it months prior are yet more lies, visible by how compressed their photographs from it are. So he's saying something similar to what William is talking about, how the photo is very compressed. And I think that's why William thinks it's coming from a...
What does that mean, compressed?
You save
Because
it.
mine was.
It just looks to me like they're saving it at a much lower resolution.
Which is...
You can compress it too, which will shrink it down as well, but it's not a very good resolution file.
Yeah.
Okay, because when they sent it to me, it wasn't compressed. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
as far as I know, it wasn't.
I mean, I think the one that you got looks... the quality is a lot reduced than the one that Tony has. So yours could be a compressed. I don't know. I can't prove that.
Okay. Once again, I'm not a techie.
Well, here's what he says. He says theirs is 100. His is 107, and theirs is 4. So all you have to do, and we can do this later. We can look at it and see how big is that file that you have. If it's 107, it's not compressed. If it's 4, it probably is. I won't do it here because we're live. But if you want to go, if you want to look at that, go to the file, do a right click, and go to the properties, and you can see that.
Oh, I don't have it on the computer.
That's
I
okay.
have it on my cell phone.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely do that.
I mean, could they have removed information from their journal
Yes.
that they're showing people?
Yes, but if they're showing it to him, and they're saying, obviously he's seen theirs, so they've compared files at some point, he would also know if they've removed anything from it. If it's the exact same file, there's many reasons why they could have reduced it to 4. One could be because if you're going to share it with people, most like Gmail and things like that, there's a maximum thing. It's like 25 or something like that. So obviously they would have to lower it in order to share it to many people. So there could be many reasons why.
Yeah, I just automatically save it to Dropbox and then share the files that way.
Right, and that's the best way to keep the highest. Email is a pain. I know. But if you did try to share, like if he tried to share this one at 107, he wouldn't be able to unless he went through like a Google Drive or something like that. So, but it's possible. Back then it was still possible too. He says the reason why they're taking so long to publish is because they need to get their own copy and want to because of the following information. So that's pretty interesting too. So
they want their own copy.
Yeah, so it's like
what copy were they using? His?
They may have taken his and lowered the quality, compressed it, shared it with a bunch of people, and then showed him, hey, we have the same copy too, or something, and probably took out things where he had redacted. They probably just said, oh, we're just going to redact that whole thing, and that's all speculation. I really don't know. Really does not matter. What matters is what he's saying here. This is a very articulate person who is making a very strong case to let anybody know why this group is completely fiction, no facts. They are challenging facts because they're fiction.
I don't understand why he wrote the original file is 107 MB. I mean, I don't understand the point of that, but obviously he's making a point.
Yes, that is a big point because that shows how big that file is, and that will also help us too. Now I can go look at my file and make sure mine is 107 because it should be. So that is a big point. Right. Yeah.
Maybe the email will tell me.
It may. I don't know. You'd have to download it somewhere, but you still have to look at the properties to see. He says the reason why we already covered that because they want their own because of the following information are redacted very small portions of the journal, as it sometimes detailed the couple's intimate life, and on 2 occasions with photographs that should not have been provided to me. So these are the ones, obviously, that I'm interested in here. 2 photographs that should not have been provided to me. I'm curious about that in the journal. So it sounds like it's just stuff that's in the journal. So it's not like any crime scene or anything like that. But it's like, okay, what was in the journal that would need to be taken out? And maybe it's not relevant.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. That's okay.
My day one spreadsheet, redacted copy .pdf is 7.35 MB.
And that's small. It's very small.
So, I guess it was compressed. I apologize, Derek. My mistake.
Yeah.
So.
And later I'll go look at mine. I doubt mine was 117. Mine is probably the same as yours, probably about 7.
Okay.
Now we can always go back and ask them why. Why did we get a small? Is it because you had to compress it? I don't believe that that's the case because the way that it was sent to me, at least, was through a secure server, where I know that they could have uploaded it at a much bigger rate. So we'll see. It seems like he says, as such, I notified the AVPD of this and will not be sharing these files, although you can find the aforementioned copy of the journal and original uncompressed copies and images contained within it at the links below. So the only reason I'm curious about what those photographs were, or just because what is the proper context of those photographs? Was it more of the intimate stuff? Was it something else? So that would kind of be the only thing. And obviously that's kind of a little, everybody's reading this, we're all gonna kind of wonder, oh, what is he talking about here? The mind wanders and wonders, etc. But hopefully maybe Tony can kind of clear that up to just, I know you can't say exactly what it is or whatever, but maybe you can at least give us, some proper context on that, to just let us know kind of what it had to do with. Is it personal stuff? It's just stuff between them. I don't know. I don't need to know too much. I don't need TMI or whatever, but it would be nice to have just a little more information about some of the proper context of that. So anyways, if not, that's cool. None of my business. Not really obviously not relevant to this case, like you and Catherine have both talked about. The stuff that was redacted is not really relevant. So there's the two documents if you want to see them, if you want to read them. I do have the Day One journal on my website, so you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and you can check that out. And you can probably figure out what size it is too. I can guarantee it's under 25 megabits. So the original metadata from the spreadsheet suggests it was exported from Day One into a PDF by David on his iPhone and had been completely unchanged. The photos embedded had no discernible file names or metadata. I don't know if you two have had a chance to compare those either, but if you compare them, some of everything on Tony's PDF has all the dates in blue. The one that we have does not match that. It looks like it's like photocopied or something, like it's added back in. So it does make me, based on that, maybe you can kind of see what stuff, where, you won't see what stuff, but you'll see where some of the redactions were done by the Apple Valley after Tony let them know that, hey, you gave me this stuff, this stuff should not be here. Maybe. Let's see, okay, there's that. The electronics report. So that's the big one. I believe that's the big, or no, this is just like one page here, maybe one or two pages. But we'll make sure that everybody has access to that as well. She says this page was obtained through Joe Tomato at the Crowley case, Fact versus Fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report I have provided below. So even Joe Tomato had something here that Tony did not have, is what it sounds like. How would he get that? Better have been legally.
Well, no, go ahead. I'm not going to.
If it's not legal, and this is that pretty much says it right there. He says this is more evidence of a shady, less than legal methods to obtain these materials. Right there. And of course,
he often brags about having a special relationship with the Apple Valley detectives. And so, I don't know, maybe they told Tony that that's how they got this information. But they also said that I would never get this information, that I guess, barred from getting anything else from Apple Valley. Obviously, they're wrong because I have it, and I have the email to prove it.
I mean, a quick search on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Would the police could have done a very quick search on this guy and found out a lot of information on him, and it would not have been I don't know what cop would want any relationship with him, knowing
Oh,
some of
this
the
is
stuff
Joe
that he's
P.
done.
Joe P. is the one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about this guy, Tomato Head. I'm talking
Oh.
about this guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to elaborate?
No.
Okay.
But I will, since you asked.
I mean, people who are listening need to know what
Yeah,
these
no,
people are like
you're right.
and who they are.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, this guy has been known of filing lawsuits, fake lawsuits that get thrown out of court. Frivolous lawsuits, I think, is the proper term. The police can figure that out. They can see this guy has no money, cannot even pay his own bills, and has many times filed frivolous lawsuits. So why would they want to deal with a guy like that? So maybe they did. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't care. But I kind of find it hard to think that the police would really want anything to do with a guy like that. But you never know.
Yeah.
So there's the reports. There are the photos, the medical examiner photos. And so you can download all of those directly from here. We will make sure that if for whatever reason you're not comfortable downloading them from here, we'll also make sure that you can download them other places. And there's also a video that we have here. So he says, so this is right here. Yeah. These were obtained through the AVPD through several records requests. Photographs such as bone frags near ME 0367 were denied and were not withheld. So I was a little confused about what do you mean they were denied but not withheld? I was a little confused by that phrasing there of what that meant. So because obviously there is no 0367. So what is in 0?
No. That's Kamel's number, her case number. It ends in 0367. I believe David is 66.
Ah, okay. Photographs such as...
And I believe that Kamel's family has said do not release maybe anything of hers, because almost anything that we do of her is redacted, I guess. I mean, I know that we have some bank account activity, but a lot of that's redacted. The only thing that isn't is her credit report, because we have both hers and David's.
Well, I mean, we see her tattoos here, and this is what bothers me about this part of it, is I specifically asked for photographs like this from not only the AVPD, but from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, and I was turned down both times. They wouldn't give me anything, because I specifically was asking too for where you see on the bottom one where it says skull frags near ME15- that's David. Those are the ones that were collected near David, sent with David, because I wanted that photo of that skull cap, and they said no, we're not releasing these to you. And then look, they give it to him.
They were obtained.
Yep.
Through a records.
I was denied, and they were granted to him, and that, I'm not happy about that.
No, I mean, that doesn't make sense, because again, they don't get to pick and choose. Now, they have said that there's still data that they're waiting on. When I spoke with them, or when I when I conversed with them, they were not specific as to what data. So I let them know what data, at least what data needs to be included in that. And when they fulfill that request, I am expecting all of this data that we're looking at here. Nothing less. I'll take more, but nothing less. Or else there's some legal issues there. And they know that. I don't have to tell them that. They already know that. So they know that they have a problem here. Unless they're going to say, no, this was not legally obtained. Which, you know, if they say that, okay, then, you know, I understand why you're not giving it to me. But it has to be one or the other. And then the photo here, or I'm sorry, then the video, which is about, 9 minutes long? Well, it's about 13 minutes long, I believe. So that was the other thing. I was like, we've been asking for a video, and you guys gave it to this person, you know?
Yeah,
Why?
I got flat out denied twice for that one. And I was very specific in both times. So, okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad to have it now.
Yeah, I did create a video that has this video and these photos, so if you do want to just go and watch that, obviously you can download everything directly from here too, but again, if you're not comfortable with it, we'll make sure that there's other places that you can download it. But if you just want to view it as a video and a slideshow, you can go to my website or to my YouTube channel, and you can look at that now, and it's public data, so anyone can take it and also, you know, do whatever they want with it too. I'm not copywriting it. It's nothing for me to copyright. Okay, so all I did was...
That's a control freak issue for me, and you know,
I know I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at it, but it's just so ridiculous.
Like, how anal can you get over that crap? You know, you either trust your people or you don't. But
well, and I want
there was full evidence.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Those who are listening right now, I wanted you guys to know that on my YouTube channel tomorrow night, I will be premiering a video I just did covering the bloody clothes from the new data dump right there. So I'll be going over that in detail. Only for David and Kamel, I will not be covering Rania.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to ask you more about that. I'm glad you're using that function, you know, but I was going to ask you more about that. What can we expect to see from that video? So I'm glad you covered that. And I hope everybody here is subscribed to Catherine's channel, because she has a lot of great data there, a great reach, and you know, make sure that you are subscribed to that channel. She posts all of her videos in our group too, but if you want to see it first, if you want to see it quick, if you want to make sure that you don't miss anything, that is the best way to make sure. So if you just go to YouTube, search for Catherine, Michele, 1L, and you'll definitely find it. I will be watching that too. I may have to sneak away for a few minutes. Can you tell us about how long it is, Catherine?
It's about half an hour, almost about 30 minutes, I think. So it's not too long.
Okay, and if people go to your YouTube channel right now, will they be able to set their reminder?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Is it in the Let's Get Ready to Rumble? Derek, it is not that one. It's the one right underneath it. I think it's just called David Crowley Crime Scene Video and Photos, if I remember correctly. That's the name of the video that has pretty much the 13-minute, 14-minute video, which, you know, we could always play here too. And then it has those photos. But I know it's late for both of you, so I do appreciate you both being on here. It's late for me, so I know it's late for both of you here. But we're coming to a conclusion, to the end here, as far as all of this.
This is the interesting part.
Lies, confidentiality, and shady dealings. Yeah, at the Crowley case. And that's the other thing. Why don't they just say, we believe David Crowley is guilty? That's the name of their group. That's what it should be. David Crowley is guilty. David Crowley murdered everybody and killed himself. You know, I mean, the name just gives it away that they're just tricked people.
Would people seeking the truth join a group
No.
saying David Crowley's guilty, join us?
Nope.
We can hate on everybody who thinks he's innocent?
Nope. But if these people really thought that David Crowley was guilty, they would use a name that backed that up. And they don't.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is they lure these people in and they bait them.
Mm-hmm.
Share your opinions on the case. We welcome all views. And the minute that they start talking about the case, they get attacked. And then booted. And then they sit there and they talk shit about them when they can't even respond. So,
Right.
yep, that's the people that you deal with in that group. Okay. And, of course, we'll see it right here. And Tony backs it up, too.
Yep, says they like to claim that they're good people who would never disclose things told to them by the family in trust, hurt them, or play games with such a case. That's pretty much what they're all doing. Their entire stick is dragging out drama to virtual signal about how respectful and smart they are, saying that they are on the side of the families who likely only tolerate them, and while they, behind the scenes, share graphic photos and confidential information the family entrusted them with complete strangers. So they're still saying they're acting like they're getting all this stuff from the family. It's hard for me to believe, but maybe they are. Whatever. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Tony would definitely know more than me. I have no interest in this group. No interest in paying attention to anything that these people are doing because it is complete fiction. You know, if you really want to figure out what's happening here, I wouldn't spend too much time. I wouldn't spend too much time there. Just read what Tony says here. You'll get the kind of the whole bullet points of what it is. So save yourself a lot of time. All they're trying to really do is play games, and so that's really, really sad. But then we get to, so this is from April 25th, 2001, and Louise Gibson, I don't know who she is, but she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. I've heard that many times. I've heard Sidra say that.
I have a feeling that she's speaking of Sidra.
Yeah.
Because there's even more intimate details. And I want everybody to understand that this group, they are all middle-aged adults and older. So for them to be acting this way is just beyond shameful.
But Emmy said no signs of pregnancy or recent pregnancy or anything. So, yeah, and this is backwards, by the way. So, this is, you can see that 1959, so it's kind of backwards. So it would be kind of better if we read it the other way, but just for time's sake here, no signs of pregnancy or anything. I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
Keep reading down and it'll go over that.
Okay, maybe I should start from the bottom then here? Is that what I should do here?
Well, it's where Sidra's telling her that Kamel wore the corset, and that's what I'm saying. Keep reading. It's down there in the corset when she was pregnant. Right there. You see it.
Okay, so this is April. I'm going to start right here then.
Sidra's friend said that David was being on mushrooms and got mad at
But that's in June.
Kamel and
yeah.
And that's never mentioned. Yeah, he did take mushrooms later. Oh no, this is
Does their basement
he did take
lock?
mushrooms like in June or something like that.
I don't think the basement locks from that side, but I mean we have the photo of the door, but I don't think it locks that way. I don't know.
Ooh, that gave me an idea. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so starting here, I'm going to start at April 25th, 1956, and I'm just going to read up. So she said she was staying at their old apartment, and they had another dog, and that something happened, and David threw the dog against the wall. Okay, I mean, it's all just reaching, right? Everything we're seeing here is just games. This is all just games.
Word of mouth.
Yeah, just try to get people, oh, this is why David did it. None of this shows why David did it. This is just attacking his character. This has nothing to do with the actual case of, all of this is just reaching. It is completely reaching, which is completely different than what she was doing. Maybe, I don't know what happened to this person. This is just like a completely different person. So I don't know who the real Gibson is. Was it the one that joined the group way back when? Or is this the real one? It can't be both. It can't be both. Also, that in his journal, there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. She said she contacted the inmate to make sure that Kamel wasn't or hadn't been pregnant. Is there anything about in his journal about 20 ways to kill a fetus?
No.
That is a flat-out lie.
So is Louise lying or is Sidra lying? Here we don't know.
Correct.
Well, if Louise had the journal back when she's talking about this, then she flat-out lied.
They said
that they had the journal for months. This is April.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
So either she had it, and she never read it, or she did read it and she's just continuing to lie.
Or she knows that it's not true and still telling lies.
And she's trying to pass the buck onto Sidra, which is what Louise has always done. She always passes the buck onto somebody else. And so here she's saying basically the implication, which we are now inferring, is that Sidra told her in David's journal there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. And we all know that's a load of crap.
There's not even searches like that on the computer. So where the hell did that come from?
Oh, God, with her, who knows?
Never mind.
She also says here a minute later. I mean, she's quick. Like every minute, she's like, boom, boom, boom. And these are all like just talking points, like a CNN talking point thing here. Had all sorts of things through her head that David had forced Kamel to get termination. And she also said because Kamel had the corset where she used to wear it after she had Rania, as she had a weak back, she thought if she was wearing it, she might have been pregnant. And these are probably all stuff that Sidra told Luis in confidence, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is all stuff that obviously, if there was any validity to it or anything like that, all of this would have come up. This would be something to that you could definitely prove. Was she pregnant? Was she not pregnant? I mean, really, David killed everybody and himself because she was pregnant. That is a big reach, but Luis could be fed information here. So could Sidra, too. You don't know. We don't know at that point, because we don't know when Luis and Sidra talked. There were different times when I talked with Sidra, and she had a lot of questions, and she found the answers and then realized that that stuff was not, maybe accurate. But I don't know. Just from my dealings with Sidra, she had a lot of questions, not any answers.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that she had first contacted me when I first started this case because someone with a fake name, and if it was Sidra, this person, she was very, it was like an honest digging, so to speak. I know digging might be the wrong word, but here, and I think this is the perfect example of what Tony's saying, that throwing people under the bus. Louise is throwing Sidra under the bus. Now, whether or not Sidra said this stuff, that's, to me, neither here nor there, although it's a lie. We know it's not true, that these things did not happen. But the fact is that if Sidra had said this, why is Louise putting this out to everybody? She should be keeping her mouth shut. That has nothing to do with the case.
Yeah, only if she's
but
trying to
this is how she is proving David's guilt to all the unsuspecting people. And see, now that we have the journal, we know for a fact that David did not talk to Camille about quitting her job. She just up and quit it one day, and David was shocked.
Yeah.
He writes about it. He's like, oh my gosh, she quit her job. It wasn't, oh my gosh, she quit her job. I can't believe she did it. It worked. No, it was just out of the blue.
It took him by surprise.
And see, everybody in the documentary was saying that he coerced her to do it. And then he was happy about it because he won. And that's an absolute lie.
Yeah,
he had no idea.
Yeah, he in fact he talks about supporting her, not making sure that there will be enough money for the family, and that he wanted to support whatever it was his wife wanted to do. But that doesn't bode well for the narrative.
Yeah, and then she started doing, I believe, online counseling, and I guess personal sessions. But I'm not exactly sure because I had assumed that she quit like early fall. But this was back in like May, late May, when she quit the practice. And then so I know that she kept leaving for appointments and stuff like that, but I'm not exactly sure if she was just on her own at that time. I don't have very much information. So, just going off of what the journal had to say. And the corset thing, I've always thought that was weird. So, anyway. Craig?
I know, did we lose him? His microphone is muted. No,
he might.
No, the other thing is, maybe he's there now.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to step out. I
We're
was
starting
listening.
to get dead air.
No, I was listening there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The corset thing, like you said, yeah, I think that is kind of strange too. Have you guys ever heard of something called Spanx?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like an early version of that. Women just kind of use it to kind of keep their body in shape or something, or you know what I mean? I don't know. So.
Well, she might have been having back pain, and if she had used it before while she was pregnant with Rania, and maybe she tweaked her back or something with all the exercises that they were always doing because they loved to exercise together, maybe it helped her. I mean, we're just kind of, grabbing at things here, but, it makes sense.
Sure. I mean, and I think that's what this group is really trying to do, is they're trying to plant those seeds. And Tony has proof of that later here, too. They're trying to plant those seeds to get you to go down false trails.
Yeah.
And I don't, anyone that has happened to, I don't want you to feel, don't feel bad, man. People fall for that stuff. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's about what you do with it once you realize that it's not true, that it's all fake, that people have been lying to you. I said this years ago, people don't like to be lied to. If you lied to them, these are the consequences. You get a guy like Tony and he doesn't agree with us, probably doesn't like us, I don't know. But these are the type of things that happen. This is why you just need to be honest, be truthful. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey man, I think David Crowley is guilty. I can't prove it, but I think it. We get that stuff, I totally get that. I understand that point. I was there. I wanted to believe it, but when I looked, I was like, wait a minute, why? Why do I believe it? Oh, because of the, the FEMA thing, the police, here we go again, the conspiracies, blah, blah, blah. But, take all that stuff out of it. Take all of this stuff out of it and just kind of look at the facts. not the fiction. Look at the documents. Look at what all of these documents say. And I know that it takes time. You know, even have a guy here like Tony, you know, he's read my book. The purpose of my book was so that people would understand why David is not guilty. With Tony, I totally failed. He still read my book. He took the time to read the book, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. I can't do anything. I can't help him anymore. There's no need for me to bash him or for me to talk smack about him or to go after him or call him a clown or do anything that these people did that Tony obviously trusted with certain documents and certain stuff that he didn't trust us with, you know. So it's just, these are the type of things that can happen. Just be a good person. Just tell people what you believe. Stand by those beliefs and don't play any games. Yeah. There's really no need to it. So this old thing where she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. Now, those are the type of things that I believe Sidra was fed a lot of false stuff. I don't believe Sidra looked at a lot of things, because when I conversed with her, it didn't sound like she really knew a lot, and she didn't really want to know about certain things. But on other things, she was very curious about. So she was fishing for certain stuff. But you know, I always felt like some of the Gray State goons were kind of feeding her a lot of false stuff, and they were sheltering her and kind of like a gatekeeper, right? Pretty much doing what this group does to these people. Hey man, we're here to help. We're with the family. This is Sean Wright, Mason, Hendricks, you know, these guys, they told us it's the same script. It's the exact same script. You know, hey, we're just trying to help this family, blah, blah, blah. Look at their public posts. If you go back and look at I know this is going to be in a long podcast, way, way in the future. One of my last chapters of my book, you know, covers a lot of that. Hopefully it covers a lot of that stuff. But it's like, they were pretty much trying to tell us, look, the family is grieving. You guys, you know, if you want to be respectful towards this family, you know, don't bring up any of this stuff. Don't talk about this stuff. And I think Sidra kind of fell into that line too. I think a lot of people did. And I think at some point, just like with Tony here, man, everybody is going to realize these people are full of crap. They are not your friends. They do not care about you. They do not care about this family. They are there to play games. They are there to make sure that you don't look at the facts. They are the fiction. And that's it.
I would like to add something about the journal.
Yes.
That I found extremely interesting. Even though David did discuss working on the script, he didn't really discuss any conspiracy theories or the collapse of society. Nothing like that, really. He focused on researching and writing and setting goals for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of self-help. Lots of talking about he and Camille and his struggles as a parent. A soldier who had left, was stop-lost, which when he refers to himself being kidnapped and having PTSD, it's in reference to the stop-loss. He says he wasn't injured on duty and he didn't see things that made him have PTSD on duty. It was the fact that they held him over there against his will. And that's what he's referring to, because I think it's April or early May that he starts to talk about it. But then later in June, he explains it in detail. And once you read it, you're like, oh, that makes complete sense.
Right.
So, I mean, the guy had things he was working on.
Yeah.
And he wasn't perfect, but they said earlier, neither of us are. None of us are.
That's right. That's right. And we're not trying to be. I think that's the whole difference. There's no, oh, well, we're just gonna, our whole group is gonna just be calling people out on, things that they get wrong or things that we don't like or blah blah blah. It's like, wait a minute, the purpose here is to either prove David Crowley did it or he didn't. That's what it really should be. Any group or any people that take the focus off of that, it's like, well, you're kind of distracting from what the real goal is here. Why would you do that? If you really care about this family, if you really care about this case, that doesn't make sense, and it's going to raise red flags. There are people out there that are watching this, that are listening to this. Maybe they don't, maybe not live, but they will hear this, that know David, that know Kamel. And the other thing that we keep hearing is that there's some type of pact that not only did David do this, but Kamel did this too.
Yeah, and there's no proof of that. But, Greg, let's just finish what he has on the website, because we're all getting excited.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so Louise Gibson, so she said Cidra's friend said something about David being on mushrooms once and being mad. We already talked about that. So Louise Gibson thinks Jason Allen leaked the scripts to Dan Hennon. She says Jason Allen is a douchebag. Does she know Jason Allen? Does she know something we don't know? Danny Mason rides off others' talents. David didn't like wing distract.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
All I hear is Catherine typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, talk a little louder, please, Greg. Or move your mic closer.
I would, but there are people here sleeping too, so it's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I will move the mic. Is this any better? I'm gonna move the mic right up to here. Okay. David didn't like Wing distracting from his plans. I don't know what that. She mean Rania? I don't know what that means. Who's Wing? I would assume that means Rania. It seems like all this is like she's basically trying to show Tony why David didn't like Rania. She's pretty much trying to say David did not like his own daughter and killed her. When we have, if you look at the sloppymentary, if you watch only one part of that piece of crap documentary, watch where David and his daughter are on a tire swing and watch their interaction right there, okay? That is a father who loves his daughter. And
the little girl who loves her dad.
That's right.
Like,
Amen.
Daddy?
Amen.
It's like...
Yep. That should have been at the end of the film. That's how I would have closed the film out, right there.
Yep.
And there's a part in the journal that really melted my heart. Basically, David says he wants to track down his lineage and Kamel's lineage. And I guess do like a tree and write the story of him and Kamel and their families and give it to Ronnie when she graduates. And so, I mean, that's extremely special.
And that doesn't sound like a father who doesn't like his child.
Yeah, he is being extremely thoughtful, trying to do something for her for the future.
Right.
I know that this was either June or July, but it doesn't matter.
No, that's a big. No, that's a big thing where you can see he's not only planning for his future, he's planning for her future too.
Mm-hmm.
For her 18th birthday, and then you're going to tell us a couple months later he decides to kill her? No. I mean, all of the evidence that you see in this Day One journal proves that David didn't do this. I mean, if there's nothing in here, if you read the Day One journal and you think that David did it, you obviously already have some preconceived stuff that you already want to believe that David Crowley is guilty there. There's nothing in there. The cops also say that too. So anyone who reads the Day One journal and thinks that, that proves David did it, I don't personally understand that. I just don't understand. Everyone is free to believe whatever they want. This is the greatest country ever. We have freedom Believe whatever you want, but don't try to tell me that because you're not. That's not gonna work on me. Definitely.
It's like they're gonna warp David's worst days ever into the actual reason why he snapped in December. Some of these worst days that he had were in July and June.
Right.
And yes, he's down sometimes. Who doesn't get down? And he does admit that he deals with mood swings. But, you know, I don't know him personally. So it just seemed like he had a lot of stress. And he and Kamal were trying to work through things. And obviously through the journal, they were definitely working through things. And they seem to be in sync. He writes that numerous times. So
yeah, I mean, I've never come across any soldier that served for this country that has not had stress and things that they will carry for the rest of their life. But what I read in the Day One Journal is David trying to, first of all, to recognize those problems and then to get over them. And that's what I see when I read the full journal.
And that was the old David. He was trying to shed
right
those feelings, those emotions, so he could be a better person. And you see that with all his searches and the different things that he was doing with yoga and meditation. He's trying to help himself become a better father, husband, in person.
Right. And that's the first step is admitting your faults. Most people don't do that on paper. They don't do that, you know, they don't type that stuff out, you know. So it takes a really strong person, first of all, to really do that. And you can tell reading the journal, David planned on doing something with this journal too. You know, I think he was, you know, once he made it big and made it famous and got rich and all that stuff, I think he was going to go back and use this journal as a documentary, or maybe have Rania use it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think there was a lot of reason why he was doing this Day One Journal, to document everything. It's more planning for his future. You're not going to do all this stuff and then kill yourself all of a sudden. And if you do, you're going to delete every. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. That's all guessing. But she also, or Tony also says about Louise Gibson that Louise said that David didn't want any more kids. Rania was a little slow. I don't know where that came from either. I mean,
I did not get that from any of the journal stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really get that either. Kamel was David's #1 fan. Kamel was more upset with her parents for not listening to her views, getting chemo, the dietary things. Yeah, I think that's definitely evident in the Day One journals. Felt offended that they wouldn't listen to her views. So, I mean, it's like she can speculate on all of this different stuff here, but nobody else can. You know, oh, there's something wrong. We're disrespecting the families and everything if we even talk about all this stuff. Like, screw you. You know, whatever. You know, everybody, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, believe whatever you want to. But, man, I mean, when it really comes down to, if you're going to try to act like you have facts, you better have them. And if you don't have them, don't be shocked when people call you out, which is exactly what's happening here. She says, he says, sorry, this is Tony now, getting back to it. They told Sean at the time, but he didn't think it was odd. If someone isn't prepared to hear you out, why bother with them? Well, consider the source with that. I mean, the fact that they have Sean in the group at all is like the biggest thing that discredits anything that they have, anything that they do. If they don't know who this guy is, they're just not looking. They're not researchers. Research this guy. Run a background check on this guy. Find what you'll find what you need to know about Sean Wright. David and Kamel nearly split in early 2014. Again, speculation. We don't have anything like that. We know that there's been things said in news articles. So this is all just repeating what all of those hit pieces said. Whether it's true or not, we know that they stayed together and they were working it out. And David talks about that in his day one journal. So it's just really odd, the things that they want to make sure that you understand. It's all a mind fuck. It's just subconsciously just, get you to just, oh, this, that, oh, okay, well, maybe he's guilty. I mean, these are just zombies, and they just want to turn you into a zombie too. Don't fall for it, people. Please don't fall for this crap. Do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. If you come to the same conclusion like Tony did, Tony came to the exact same conclusion that these fiction groups did, but at least he did his own research. He's articulate. He hasn't really expressed why he thinks David Crowley is guilty or anything. He just says that he agrees with him, but at least he's done all of that, and it doesn't sound like he's playing any of the games that this fiction group is playing. So that's something. There's something to be said about that. David makes an effort to be more empathetic and understand. They pull closer. All stuff from the whole journal, everything. I mean, this is all stuff. People, read it for yourself. Read the journal. Just David's dark places was in June-ish. He thought he was a god. I didn't see anything like that. But here's the main thing. When you're going to tell... Go ahead.
There was one part, I think, in July, and I believe that he was euphoric over the whole getting to speak with the producers and everything. And so he kind of mentions at that point that he could do anything, that he's a god.
He's a god, okay.
And I think, if you just got called out to LA to speak with producers about something you worked extremely hard about, and you had all types of other spin-offs for this idea, and you literally could see it all in front of you, everything laid out of how your future is going to be, you would feel a little invincible too.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I mean, anyone who thinks Tom Lydon is a decent person, I definitely gotta question that one, because if you look at just the way Tom Lydon reported on this case, man, I don't know. I'm just not seeing it. Like, we're living in two parallel worlds, if that's the case.
I have to do the mommy voice, Greg.
Okay.
Now we have to ask Tom Lydon's kitty cat how he feels. I think a kitty cat would think he's decent.
Somebody better call PETA or somebody. That guy should not have any cats at all. He should not be allowed to be anywhere near any cats.
Anybody look at his Twitter page, you'll see he's a slime.
Oh, he's so gross.
Well, let's just talk about that. Let's talk about what tweet are you guys specifically talking about here? Tom Lydon said he wanted to F a cat. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Is that what we're going for? Okay. So I know we have people listening, watching this that have cats. So imagine if Tom Lydon said he wanted to do that to your cat. Okay. And
this is a real tweet, people, and it's still on his Twitter account, so you can still find it.
And he's still with Fox 9 News for some reason. He's still there, and he's still reporting. And of course, he just happens to be the guy who was able to lob a bunch of softball questions to the Apple Valley police. Sean wanted him to report real news. I mean, to me, that tells me that Sean was trying to tell him, hey, you're not reporting real news. Can you report real news? I mean, I don't understand this. What does this mean? Like, what does that mean to report real news? I think what Sean really wanted was for Tom Lydon to agree with them that David was guilty and make sure that you don't stray from that, which is very similar to what Sean Wright had told me too. Report real news. Sean Wright's version of real news is that David Crowley is guilty. He killed everybody and himself. He went into a dark place, and Kamel did this too. In Sean Wright's view, that is the real news, that there was a pact. Well, to everybody else, maybe not so much. Eric Nelson is a good man. Again, here we have another thing. If you watch Eric Nelson's documentary, you can decide for yourself what you believe about Eric Nelson. And this is the whole thing. It's all about character, right? It's not about, well, what do they do that proves. It's all about the character. Tom Lydon is a decent person. Eric Nelson is a good man. I don't give a shit about any of that. What did they say about this case?
I need to interject.
Okay.
Eric Nelson took recordings and edited them. He cut and pasted to make these two sound like they were insane. He picked and chose which journal entries would be taken out of context throughout the whole journey of the documentary and manipulate the viewers. This is not a decent person. A decent person would have done everything. They would have revealed everything about this family instead of making them the villains. I mean, when the dad is sitting there reading some of those journal entries, they are highly out of context.
Right. And now we have that proof.
And yeah, and it's very sickening. And then, like I said about the so-called rapture video or whatever, if you put headphones on or you listen it with earbuds, you will hear every time they stop the tape and sliced. It's there. You can hear the clicking. But, he's a decent person.
He's a decent person. Well, we know that he didn't do right by the family because if he did, then Kamel's family would not have had all of their footage taken out. So he did not do right by the family. So I don't know what that means exactly, but I don't see anywhere where he did right by this family. He accused the family's son, if you're talking about David's side, he accused their son of being this crazy person who killed everybody and himself, and then he also tried to throw Kamel under the bus too. So he didn't do right by their side of the family. So to say that he did right by the family, I don't know what that means. I really don't. He did not make anybody look good. Nobody looks good in that film, except me, maybe. I say me, maybe Dan too. Maybe Dan. But, we're the only ones who really look good in that film because we're the only ones who are telling the truth in that film. I would say David did too, but they've taken a lot of his stuff out of context. They had, we gave, Dan and I we gave them as much data as we had at that time. We didn't have much, but we had enough for them to put in there. If they really wanted to give the other side, they would have put everything we told them about the bullet hole, item 57, which I believe is this one of the smoking guns. They would have put a lot of things that we were talking about, the facts. There's a reason why there's only 2 or 3 minutes of our footage in there when they recorded over 1 hour, not including our live broadcast that Dan and I did that same day, live, no edits, while they recorded that too. And they put like 2 or 3 minutes in there. But yet they put Joseph Seaton, Sean Wright, all these losers, all these guys who David was trying to distance himself from. They put all of them in there. And these are all these people that thought David was guilty. There was no balance in there. He didn't do right by anybody. Not even himself. I'm glad he lost $40,000. He should have lost more.
And what he did to you and Dan was he took you, highly edited your interviews, and then twisted what you guys were saying, taking it out of context.
Right.
It was like almost gotcha moments to make you guys sound insane.
Yes, yes. So they had
And
they
it's
had
not.
they had looked at what Sean Wright. They had looked at what I had said about Sean Wright. Obviously, they had the text message is between Sean and I because they were very focused on that. They wanted me to talk more about him. They wanted me to. They wanted the quote that I gave to Sean, which was the credibility quote, where I told him point blank, I don't care, because he was telling me, don't do this, don't keep going forward because of your credibility. And I told him, I do not care about my credibility. That's the quote that they wanted. That's the quote that they got. That's the quote that they used. And that's fine, because I know that real people are going to not take that out of context. They're going to realize that what that really means. That if you're really serious about this case, and if you are a real journalist, if you really want to find the truth, if you're a researcher, you don't care about your credibility. You don't withhold stuff. You don't hold back because of your credibility, because somebody threatens you, that they will sabotage your credibility. You go forward because that's what the truth tells you to do. You go where the truth is. The credibility means nothing to me, and it still doesn't. What matters to me is getting to the truth. And that's where we are. That's why we've gotten this far, and that's why we will continue to keep going on. 3 hours later, even though I really only wanted to go 1 hour here, but we've gone very, very long here. So I really appreciate everybody who has hung in there. I know both of you, it's 12 a.m. here.
Fairly late.
Yeah, it's one here, two
The
for
sun is
her,
coming
three
up.
for everybody on the East Coast.
Well, at least all of our British people are, they're just waking up, and, it's like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., so it's a morning show for them.
Well, there's not much to go, right? You can just read through the rest of this real quick.
I believe so.
Please.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just not, relevant. Unless you guys...
Could be a plot. Is that it? Did you want me to get through that?
Which part?
That David could be a twat.
David could be a twat. Tension with David and Kamel.
The garage sale.
Oh, the garage sale, yeah.
He could be kind.
Yeah, they focused a lot on the garage sale. The early news reports focused a lot on that, and I didn't really think there was too much to that garage sale, but apparently that was a big deal. I don't really know what that was about. David would go to the garage and smoke weed, MD smoke, and tell her to fuck herself, go look after the kid. I don't know where that's coming from, so... I mean, unless it's coming from Kamel or from David, who knows?
This is just hearsay.
It's all hearsay, and it could be things that people are fed. That's it, So I don't know. I don't know what relevance any of that would really have, but you can see what she's trying to do. She's just trying to get people to think that there is some distance, that there is something here when there really isn't. There's nothing there,
She's trying to show emotional abuse.
Right. And then ignoring all of the facts, ignoring all of the documents. There's nothing in here about the documents. There's nothing in here about the BCA reports, about the DNA evidence. I haven't seen anything so far here.
It's all hearsay.
Yeah, I
mean,
I was hoping to see, well, hey, they've, David did it, blah, 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 but it's nothing like that. It's all just rumors, speculation, all things to just cast doubt, and it sounds like Tony realized, you guys are full of crap. Now here's an interesting one, where she says Sean, Hendricks, Peck, and Adam Schaubauer all got taken under David's dad's wing, had TV series planned, and documentary took Sean 2 years to convince David to do a supporting documentary, The Rise. This is why Sean Wright did not want The Rise put out there. They rough cut because they wanted to make money off of it. And eventually they realized you can't do that because we have it in David's own words not to do that. This was damage control. And what this Gibson person is doing, what some of these other people are doing, is trying to ride the coattails of damage control. So while they may say that Danny August Mason is riding the coattails of David Crowley, they're doing something even worse. They're riding the coattails of people that are riding the coattails of David Crowley. And they don't even realize that. They're right there with them. Except Danny August Mason was actually there. These people are just riding coattails, adding things that they cannot prove. But here's where she says, this is a big one here. So you tell me which Joe she's talking about here, because it's Joe was tampering with, and this is a direct quote from Gibson too. Joe was tampering with stuff and found something about the Gun Plus store. Okay, first of all, tampering with stuff. Why would you need to be tampering with anything? There's no need to be tampering with anything. Sounds like a crime to me.
I believe it was Joe T.
And found something about the Gun Plus store. Is that the Gun Plus store? Is that the one document that the police gave us that shows that she purchased the gun? We don't really know what it means. She doesn't even know what it means, if anything. We haven't got anything with the Celebrate. We're just sending the group. We're just sending the Justice group into a spin. So it's there's their goal. So everybody that is in our group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you've joined that group for whatever reason, that is their goal. It's not to find the truth. It is to send you into a spin. Why would you want to join a group like that?
I honestly don't care what they have. I'm working on my own to get my own stuff. So they can sit there and pretend to have whatever.
She pretty much, she's admitting they don't have anything, but they're trying to send the group into a spin, and it's not working though. That's the other thing. It's not working. But they get off on trying to send people into a spin. It's just like, well, why don't you try to get people to understand why you believe David Crowley is guilty? Focus your efforts there. That's why you're frauds. That's why you're phonies. That's why nobody takes you seriously. That's why you fail. Because you're not focused on that. You're focused on a spin. You're focused on these lies. You're not focused on truth. That's why nobody takes you seriously. They may act like they do. They may be fishing you. So then there's something here about the disclosure. It all depends as to what you want to disclosure. Then you come up with multiple scenarios. Most involve having to tell white lies. So, they're admitting they tell lies. They call them white lies. You guys have heard that before. Santa Claus, that's a white lie.
Why are they telling lies?
Why tell lies?
What was the point of that?
I don't know.
Are they telling their group members lies?
I don't know. And sending them on a wild goose. Yeah, why? They want to send their members on a wild goose chase. It's right there. Or coming up with the backstory to send them off the scent. Here's the other thing, to send them off the scent, because they know that we are on the right track. They know David Crowley is not guilty. Here it is right here. They want to send people off of the scent that, okay, David Crowley is innocent. That's the scent that they're talking about here, that she's talking about. That's the purpose of their group. That's why nobody should join them. That's why nobody should entertain. I get it. People join groups, they want to see what's going on. That's why they can't maintain people in their group. That's why this group continues to grow and theirs doesn't. Their group is toxic. If this is what they do...
Yeah, you're right. It is toxic, and Tony just proved it.
Yeah.
They have no information. They lie to their members, And anybody who's within this group, you need to confront your admins and demand the truth. Because you've been lied to. They've withheld information from you. And they're lying to you about information that they say that they have. So
they have no problem sending you on a wild goose chase and coming up with the backstory to send you off of the scent. Powerful words right there. Man, it doesn't get any more clearer right there. You got burned. You got burned. Yeah. Yeah. And with your own words, and there it is. That is the truth. What you're seeing here, Tony presented you the truth. Okay. Final thoughts, final words. Everybody's still with us. Wow, somehow we still have 9 people in the chat, in the live chat. I don't know how. I'm really sorry. I did not expect for us to go this long. But, I mean, just this last sentence, just read this paragraph here. I mean, this pretty much is why nobody pays attention to them.
It's all distractions.
Catherine,
any final words?
No, I'm sorry. I have mentally dropped off this a while ago.
You've been killing it in the chat room there too.
I know. We're all talking. It's just silly because I just can't keep going. It's just I guess my final thoughts is that I think Tony did an amazing job. I think he called them out. He laid it out. He showed his proof, and they can't backpedal out of this. So, I just hope everybody goes to the website and looks up or downloads these files and reads them for themselves.
Okay.
I second that. I'm tired. Can you wrap this up, please?
All right, I'm going to shut this down. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate that. You can always watch the replay, and until next time, and there will be a next time.
Thank you.
Until then.
Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Hey, everyone. We got some more updates here about the Crowley case, and I'm just going to read some of these things here and then discuss it a little bit. We'll see where this goes. This is regarding some of the data requests that we have put in regarding the David Crowley case, and still some more questions even with this, right? There's still some questions about the public data, and obviously we feel everybody in the public should all get the same data, and so that's what we kind of contacted the AVPD. And September 20th, 2021, which would be yesterday, got a response from Christine J. Caselius, and she is the Apple Valley City Attorney. So this is very important here, and I'm just going to read some of this stuff. But hope everybody is doing good. And another day here on Rumble. Of course, we're going to always try to put the latest stuff here on Rumble first. So appreciate everybody joining me here, and then it will be uploaded to YouTube and to the Gray Stage podcast, probably as a bonus show, most likely. So, but hope everyone's doing good. It's a beautiful day here, and no complaints on my end. As I sip this nice little white wine that we have here that will accompany us here. So this was sent to me yesterday, as we said. This is in regards to the recent requests for data in the Crowley investigation. Now the attorneys are actually at the top here too. So it's Doherty, Molina attorneys. Doherty, Molina, Solfest, Hills, and Bauer, PA. So pretty official. And once again, I found the whole thing, we are going to read this here, I found the whole thing to be very professional and respectful. It's just about all of my dealings with the Apple Valley Police Department, the BCA, and anyone else, any other law enforcement that has been involved in this. I found all of them to be very respectful, truthful and willing to admit their mistakes when they do make them. So I do appreciate that. So go ahead and read a little bit here. Dear David, dear Crowley Data Requester, here's what she writes. In 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department, AVPD, assembled a packet of public data once the AVPD determined there was no one to charge at that time. The public data included the police reports, investigator observations, and photos of the scene, all data which had been created by the investigating team. Release of this data complied with Minnesota Statute 13.82, sub 7. The AVPD released data to a variety of requesters, including appropriate family members of the decedents. In January/February 2021, the AVPD responded to a request for a few very specific photographs. So I don't know if they're talking about some of the stuff that we have requested, or maybe it was, because they're talking to me, I'm assuming, right? So, but they're not very specific in that, and we can follow up on that. There's lots of stuff we can follow up with them on. It goes on, the AVPD received additional data requests between the dates July 26, 2021 through September 6, 2021. From a total of 4 requesters, all of whom have previously received the aforementioned data from the AVPD. These requests included the digital reports of data the AVPD extracted from the decedent's private electronic devices. Data on individuals' private electronic devices is protected by Article 1, Amendment 10 of the Minnesota State Constitution. The right of the people to be secure, quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Also see State versus Barajas, 817 NW 2nd 204, 215-216, Minnesota CT APP 2012, REV.denied. The AVPD was required to obtain a search warrant before examining the family's electronic devices. We will make sure that you can read this whole thing fully, and if you have any thoughts, any comments on that, please feel free to go ahead and add those too. It goes on. The Constitution protected the Crowleys' personal electronic data from collection by the AVPD while the Crowleys were alive. Thus, their personal electronic data would have been classified as private while they were alive. I mean, we're talking about dead people here, but they're very thorough. So, remember, they're lawyers. I'm not, so they know what they're talking about. I'm just trying to understand what they're saying here. The AVPD will not be releasing any data from the decedent's devices because it is private data on decedents. So even though they say it's private data while they are live, it still sounds like, based on those cases, it's still private data even though they're no longer with us. She goes on to say, we are reviewing the remainder of the recent requests to determine whether there is any additional data the AVPD can release. So that's good. So they told us that this would take time, the data that we've asked for, et cetera, would take time. So they're still looking at what they can release, if there's any additional data that they can release, which should be the stuff that Tony Floyd got, the stuff that Tony Floyd posted. That stuff should be part of the data that we should be able to get if other people have it and it's all public stuff. If it was released to the public legally, then obviously we should have access to it too. If it's not released, if it wasn't released legally, that's a whole nother legal issue that this lawyer, this attorney, and the Apple Valley City attorney may want to think about. Goes on, also a document entitled Examination Report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klokonis, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. I'm going to read that again. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. Enclosed, please find an affidavit by Detective Klokonis affirming this is a fraudulent document. yours, very truly yours, Christine J. Caselius. So we will be following up with her. The AVPD was also CC'd on that as well. But so I was like, okay, what are they talking about? Okay, the examination report on our website, on the Gray Stage website. It's the same one that Tony Floyd also posted, and I didn't notice a difference looking at it again. It was pointed out to me to look at it a second time, and the one that is on Tony Floyd's website is different than the one that we got from the Apple Valley Police. So this is the 5-page one here now. Let me just go to my website so I can, if anyone wants to quickly find it and kind of look at it. But this is where it gets a little interesting here. So I'm on my website, take a look at that. But this is what was confusing to me. So I'm glad they're still looking into it, so that's great. Data requests, all that. It sounds like anything that is from their phone, you know, like the actual text messages, things like that, it sounds like we won't be getting that. Anything that is from their devices, the actual stuff, even though we got the J1 journal, so that was from the device, I believe, but because David even said he's doing this all from his phone, so we were able to get that one, but apparently not any of this other stuff that's on there, which is also kind of curious. But okay, whatever. I mean, we know that there's nothing on these devices that helps prove their case. They've made that very clear, so it's not the biggest deal that we do or that we don't get it, except for some of the questions about calls that people said that were made, and then calls that cannot be verified that were made. So it's things like that kind of that's the reason to get some of the data. So even if it's just timestamps or just some of this stuff that will help us get a better idea of, okay, well, like you have Klein, or you have Chris Peck, who said there's this call was made, and then we have what the phone records that we have show that call was never made. Things like that. David Crowley's father, same thing. And so that's the type of stuff that